things wrong. I backed away when I should have stood strong. I quit things were taking too long, and Lord, it's taking forever to write this song. I was born on the mighty Mississippi. My daddy was a mean drunk hippie. When mama had me, that damn doctor hit me, and now you know why I'm so goddamn living. So listen up and take a step back. Real rap's a journey, not a one-way track. Find your own voice, don't just imitate, cause the real ones rise and fakes ones fade. Bragging about the streets they roam, and sitting on the cold aluminum throne while I'm spitting and vibing, they just moan, claiming they're kings but sitting alone. Got bars like a prison, but they can't break free. Spitting recycled lines, no originality, and here I am bringing up clarity while they babble on, lost in their parody. No need to set a trap with a limp in their wall. People saying that you ever can't even talk. Babbling lies, they think they're so fly, but I'm here to tell them to say goodbye. Babbling nonsense, trying to chase that fame, but I'm here to call it out. It's a damn shame, claiming they're the next biggie in the game, but their rhymes are weak, just a flicker, no flame. You sound familiar, yeah, real vanilla. Oh, so similar, like some out of place gorilla in a small villa deep in Manila. Kin to Queen Camilla and her flotilla, and all kinds of Furbies and chinchilla who drank too much tequila. And what's really killer is that the real filler is the real spiller of the real filler is the real filler of the real deal. All these channel nerds on this panel verse, using battle words to tackle turds and slaying shit in bit non-bits, putting out hits on men with tits and chicks with dicks and LGBT misfits and don't know shit yet, professing truth like an effing sleuth in a private booth with a lion tooth, drunk or removed like a damn fool. And just in case you haven't heard, I'm a true ogre that writes his own word, so don't cross the line, it isn't blurred. And from first-hand experience I've learned when I hold the words back in my mind. It's just me trying to be kind, but no man, I'm not so mine. Speaking is the right kind. Speeding vivid visions right from the start, with each word playing a certain part, a verbal picture that shows its own art, painted with passion, inspired by the heart. I'm telling you, break the chains with the truth in a world full of babble and giving proof. So drop the act, let the real ones thrive. In this rap game, only the genuine survive. When things have become so problematic, I try to find solutions like an addict looking for a bump to keep up the habit, and the effect seems so damn automatic. This comes of personality or whatever you want to call it. I don't participate chasing the bag by trying to ball it. See, I'm a redneck with no money in my paying wallet, so go ahead and keep hating on me like Jussie Smollett. Everyone questioning my style, you must be kidding. The words that I am putting forth are hitting you in the right in the face, yet you are tripping. You're drunk on something and you ain't been sipping. Just step into the metaverse where the vibes can be cursed. Digital dreams, but sometimes it feels like a hurt. People lost in avatars, chasing likes in the cloud. But what's worse is the real world's fading now. We all have the freedom of speech, but people always trying to bleep me. Is it because they can't keep me? Or is it because they can't beat me? Bringing the simple truths that you can't destroy. All the flagging things I've seen since I was a boy. The things that made me cry and brought me joy. The good and bad in my life I learned to employ. Taking from them the experience and leaving emotions behind. And so I learned to be true and no longer accept to be blind. Acting and performing in ways that others have defined, only to find out once again that I have them aligned. We're living in a world that's so filled with doubt. If you're caught in the game and trying to seem to break out, I see you looking for the truth, but it's hard to scout. Thought you were awake, but finding you're lost in the cloud. They feed us the script, gotta learn to live without. Learn to question every lie and to flip the route. See the ages lurking in the dark corners all about. See I'm breaking free, hear my discernment speaking out. Perception's a trick punch like a shadow in a bout. Chasing after dreams, others trying to drown them out. But I rise from the ashes and break free from that doubt. In this matrix of madness, you hear me scream out, breaking the chains and getting rid of all the doubt. That's what you have to do to find your way out. Drink the clean waters and let your vision sprout. In a world of deception, together we'll rise and shine. The matrix way twist what it's all about. Reality's not a screen, that's delusion. You can do it out. Trapped in that illusion and mostly seeing others pout. Feeling like a pawn in a game where they set the route. Bet you didn't think I could wipe this rap. Bet you didn't bet I'm right in fact. So scream all you want and write in caps. All you really doing is fighting stats. So remember I was born on the mighty Mississippi. My daddy was a mean drunk hippie. My mama had me, that damn doctor hit me. And now you know why I'm so goddamn lippy.
Days ago, and look who we have. Say hi to Dempsey. We've come to realize that it's a female with the dull coloring, and so therefore it is no longer Dempsey Sir Poops a Lot. It is Dempsey Madam Poops a Lot. So just once again, reminder, if you're a steward of life, you will have lifelong friends. God bless. Love y'all. Have a great day.
Greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Coming at you today with a review of Hitler's Willing Executioners as a Dono drive. Going to be on for a while. Middle of the month, and we are running short again due to our recent wrongful constructive eviction. And just hoping people will hit the PayPal link and share a little bit of love. The link is down in the details section below, and there it is there on the screen. Anybody that's willing to help out, always appreciated. Much love. And let's get into it. Hitler's Willing Executioners is a great read. It's a book by Daniel Jonah Goldhagen, and it talks about the implementation of a police state in Nazi Germany and the resulting cognitive effect in implementing specific favoritisms due to authoritative positioning. And this is all the way from your political to your public service to your regular corporate businesses. It's a monetary system that drives that ego in this popularity contest. So we're going to take a look, and we're going to review those videos that I did on the read. I did not read the entire book to the audience, just some excerpts. And I strongly recommend to get the book and read it, even if you have to go to the library and read it. You can get a copy online, relatively cheap, and it's an excellent read if you consider having the eyes and ears to see and hear what we are in this modern time. And I've gone to city council meetings and I've spoken to the council members about this. And I've explicitly let them know that for a long time, decades now, I have seen on American soil Hitler's willing executioners. And what I mean is, by their own actions, they're willing to do the exact same thing today that they did in Nazi Germany, because they have this favoritism, this cronyism, as they call it now. That money is the solution to all problems. And generally, the problem with money is a certain class of people. This is why we have these different caste systems. So let's take a look. Please enjoy. Let me see here. There it is. Switch screens.
Whole book. It's 400 and some pages plus another almost 100 some pages, or almost 200 pages of appendix and things like that. But very well thought out and researched material matter. And it's my hope to convey my opinion of the reading that I've done of it.
And this is just this whole series that I did on Hitler's willing executioner is strictly my opinion from my research over the last 10 years, astutely, well over 20,000 hours of research now. And it's just my opinion. But I think it's a very strong and open opinion that many people should be able to see. And I think many people see it. They're just not calling it the same thing. They call it bootlicking thugs and the Blue Line Gang and things like this. It's Hitler's willing executioners in my eyes. And like I said, I go to city council meetings and I speak to them about Hitler's willing executioners. Here recently, in this wrongful constructive eviction, I also had to talk to members of the courts. And I reminded them that here on American soil, we do not allow Hitler's willing executioners. This is egregious, what we see today. And the Nuremberg 2.0 should be coming soon. People should be rising up against this shit. They should be rising up against it a lot more than what I see. I see a society of dumbed down creatures not knowing what to do and crying about it. And I'm telling you again, folks, do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. Do not believe your mother, for crying out loud. Do your research so you know. Isn't it one of the base foundational scriptures in the Christian society is my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge? And in order to rise up against any false judgments, you have to have the knowledge of those tongues. You have to learn the languages. So please pay attention, folks. Again, a great read about the police state. And if you don't see Nazi Germany right here on American soil today, then I think you're blind and I think you're deaf.
As it applies today in the modern times and how we behave as a people in society towards each other, and the terrible things that we're willing to do to each other because there's something terribly wrong with both the hearts and minds of men, most all of men most willingly or most certainly willing to lie to most any degree if they think it's for their benefit, and that includes taking advantage of other men, other people.
And that's my biggest pet peeve, if you want to call it that, is the lies. Even the little lies. There's no room for lies in a world of equity. And if you're seeking equity, then you have to come with clean hands. That means you can't put out lies and you cannot accept lies. There is no room for lies in equity, period.
People. This is a democratic style thing where you can get a majority of the people to think that something is commonplace and natural when it's not. It's just a majority opinion. And that's where we're at today, again, repeating history. So we're going to take a look at Hitler's willing executioners. But before we get started, we're going to give a general notice for the copyright and fair use material as it relates to education, entertainment, opinion, and commentary. And so I've got it listed down below. First, we start out with King James Version Genesis 2:7, where every breath we take is an act of God.
superseding anything else, as long as you're putting it forth in peace and as true and correct as you can. The purpose of copyrights is a disclaimer saying in effect that you really don't know what the truth is.
See, people think the copyright is to protect their writings, and the copyright disclaimer is not that. It is a shield against your ignorance. In the disclaimer, and if you go read the Universal Postal Union's copyright and disclaimer, you just put your UPU copyright disclaimer, read that, and that's what I use for my copyright disclaimer. The exact same thing on my website. I use that disclaimer because it is powerful. It tells you, hey, if you don't know, do your research. It's the same thing I've been saying for years. Greetings, Joe Cool. Hit the link if you want, brother. We're talking about Hitler's willing executioners.
So you're supposed to do your own research to coordinate it to see if it really is true and effective in your life. So we're going to give credit to Hitler's willing executioners, of course, to Daniel Jonah Goldhagen. It's a review of material. The videos that I'm going to put forth here is to help educate the world of the shameful and unavoidable facts that may very well change the views and debates on the Holocaust. If we get into the deep aspect of the underlying factors of us ourselves being so willing to let somebody else tell us that we're allowed to perpetrate those heinous acts where we wouldn't naturally do it ourselves, that's a big problem. And that's, again, like I said, that's my opinion of where we're at today. Let me get something up here real quick.
Yeah, just a bunch of people doing what they're told they can do. Simply because they were told they could do it, even though they know it goes against their own morals. To put a gun in a man's hand and say, hey, if you see a criminal and you can't catch him, go ahead and shoot him. I don't know where that comes. I don't have that in my own internal mechanisms, so I cannot see where it comes from in other people. I could not see myself shooting someone just simply because somebody wrote something on a piece of paper and said I had the authority to do so. That's not where I get my authority. And I don't understand why you people think you get your authority from that very same piece of paper. I don't care if it's a piece of scripture or a piece of legislation. Where do you truly get your authority? And again, I think the scripture tells us, Genesis 2:7, that God formed man of the dust of the ground, and when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, that man, as a noun, became a living soul, a noun phrase. In other words, it was motivated. It was put in motion. That's your authority, the breath of life. And if you don't respect the breath of life and you take the breath of somebody else's life, be prepared for your life being taken the same manner, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
Quick. Make sure we let them know there's limitations on exclusive rights for fair use under 17 U.S.C. 107 for fair use commentary. So we're going to continue on and reading the credits for Mr. Daniel Jonah Goldhagen. And this is as the base material of this series of review videos. The writings of Daniel Jonah Goldhagen speak on ordinary Germans and the Holocaust. Professor Stanley Hoffman of Harvard University writes an accolade. It's on the back cover of the book. And basically, it starts out.
And I've already given away 2 copies of this book, folks. I got my first copy. I read it. I was astounded by the read. I was talking to a friend about it. He asked if he could borrow it. I gave it to him. I never got it back. I intended to get it back. And then I thought, no, wait a minute. I'll bet if I let him keep it, somebody else might read it too. If it comes back in my hands, I'm just reading it again. So I turned around, I got me another one. I got another copy and I read it again. And then I went to city council meetings and I was talking to them about Hitler's willing executioners. And I left that copy there for them, for someone else to grab, whoever wanted it. So I'm hoping somebody else read that copy. And I'm going to get another copy here soon. And we'll do the same thing. I'll read it again. And then I'll turn around and give that copy out too. Because I think it's that important that we read this. Hitler's willing executioner is a plan. It's showing you how America planned out their police state. And if you don't see that, that's on you. I mean, this book lays it out plain.
The study of the perpetrators of the Holocaust is a truly revolutionary work because of its scope and because of its argument. So again, the writing here is to convey the thought that there are the underlying factors that are far superseding any kind of race or anything like that. It's the fact that we're doing it to ourselves, and we're using race and gender and things like that as an excuse. He goes on to say, strong prejudices can put.
And I'll point out here, when I say we're doing it to ourselves, I mean we are doing it to ourselves. If you don't understand the power of the people versus the power of one man, then you don't understand your power. Because when Hitler came to rise, he didn't have any power for himself. He only got that power from that bootlicker mentality of people that didn't want to take on the responsibility themselves and therefore gave it to him. And now they blamed him. The whole world blamed Hitler. I'm blaming you. This kind of shit only happens because good people don't stand up and do anything about it. I'm blaming you. All of us.
Push ordinary citizens into undertaking gruesome policies of extermination and of the importance of political culture in shaping a society's behaviors. And this is pertinent to the thing that we're going through now, this pandemic, as they call it, with all of the various different mask mandates and things like that that we've been supposedly subjected to because of our own will. Not only is it just our will to be able to impose it on somebody else, but we honestly believe as a society that somebody else has a right to impose that on us. Again, Genesis 2:7, God formed man of the dust of the ground. And when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, man became a living soul. And I don't understand what people don't understand about that. It is that simple. Every breath you take is an act of God. And that's the most simple thing we can teach to our younger generations. And as we do so, we teach them how to use each breath in respect of the providence of grace that we get it, so that anything we put out comes back. Just like the scripture says, learn how to coin your words. Otherwise, purse your lips. A word fitly spoken is like golden apples in frames of silver. Let's go on with the next one now.
Yes, in case you don't get that, that's from the scripture as well. Read those scriptures. Understand what they're telling you. It's a simple message. People take it as a story of Jesus Christ. No, it's a message. And he was the messenger. And everybody still wants to keep calling out the messenger rather than listen to the message. Jesus Christ, what is your problem?
Hitler's Willing Executioners, published in 1996, is a great attempt, in my opinion, to help divulge the very principle that most oftentimes people are detrimental to themselves by the acceptance of that power I was just talking about, or the authority of another man as a matter of convenience. You take it as a matter of convenience to send your children to a public education system under a military venue, postal roads and routes, for needful places and buildings, for military corporate governance. And you think it's convenient.
And all they're doing is dumbing us down. Every generation gets dumber and dumber until you end up with idiocracy. You think they weren't telling you the truth when they made that movie, Idiocracy? Come on.
It comes back to bite you. They're not teaching you how to think for yourself. They're teaching you how to remember the statistical elements that prove their history. That's their history of persons. Everything written down or spoken in commentary is an invention, fabrication, or fiction. And that means if it's an invention, fabrication, or fiction, and I'm the one putting it out, that means I'm the creator of that piece. That's all it means. You don't have
Invent. Invent. Your throat is a ventilation unit for the air that you breathe. You know, when God formed man of the dust of the ground and he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils. It's a ventilation system. And when you speak, You are inventing. It's literally that simple, folks.
Not to take it for true. I can profess that it's true. But again, with the copyright disclaimer, it shows that you're supposed to do your research so you know if what I'm putting forth is good and faithful. As a result of various factors, the elements discussed in these readings seem to share comparatively and very similar prejudices and policies this very day. Again, the mass mandates and stuff that were experienced in the last few years, those are prevalent back in the early 1900s as well. Spanish flu, I believe. So we have to really think about this, as well as the research that shows that COVID is merely.
Yeah, in 1912, we went through the same shit, folks. The pandemic that we just went through. And now they got the hantavirus coming up. We might go through it again. We've been through this before, folks. Again, I'm telling you, it's repetitive history. If you don't open your eyes and your ears and start speaking out against it, it won't change. The only thing that will change, again, is their proponent of dumbing us down. We will continue to get dumber and dumber and dumber. Is that what you want for your children as you send them to that public education system?
Just a supposed cold virus. And we have to learn to quit believing everybody and do our own conjoined researches and our own conjoined discussions in these types of venues so we can dispel and displace that bullshit. Okay? We don't have to accept it, but we don't have to attack it either. All we got to do is do our research so we can find out, just put it out there. Okay, well, according to the research, this is what it says. And it's plain writing. King James 7, Titus 3:8, this is a faithful saying, and these things I will, that thou affirm constantly, that they which have believed in God might be careful to maintain good works. These things are good and profitable unto men. So everything you do, every breath you take, make sure you do it to maintain the good works.
Do that equity, to come with clean hands, to make sure you are not lying so that they bounce off other ears and mouths, or that the lies that are coming from other mouths aren't bouncing off your ears and being repeated to others. Do your damn research.
Again, leading right back to coin your words or purse your lips. So let's take a look at the reading here real quick. And before I do, I want to remind everybody to hit that like, share, and subscribe button. If you're on Heckle-Bus, get over to El Perro and do the same. And if you're on El Perro, get over to Heckle-Bus, hit the like, share, and subscribe button. And of course, there's a couple PayPal buttons down there, just in case anybody wants to help. And to further with the copyright issue, giving credit to various other people involved in this process. Like I said, it was an extensive research. So we're going to give them credit in this first video. So there's not going to be a whole lot of content covered here, but the copyright stuff. That's very important. In a series of video in parts, this will serve as the copyright notice for all videos, and therefore it's already posted.
And when we're doing fair use for education and commentary, it's wise to post a copyright disclaimer, but it's not required. So the law there is very distinct, but again, to post that disclaimer is disavowing your intellect. You're claiming I'm dumb. I don't know what I'm talking about here. This is just open information, open source from the public domain. I'm reiterating it, and I'm looking for opinions. While I give my own opinion, so we can find what is objectively true. That's how we do our research together. My research is fine for me. And that's one of the things that I keep trying to tell people. I have to be open-minded. So when I do my research, I don't end my research. I do it again and again and again. As the laws change, for instance, the distillation laws here in Iowa, I used to be able to make my own 2 gallons of homemade moonshine here in Iowa. Here in December this last year, they changed the laws. Evidently, we can no longer make homemade moonshine here in Iowa. We can still make fuel, though. So we just define it differently. And we use things differently. And that's the thing about property and its definition. Our right to use things to our benefit. It encompasses our rights, not the possession, but the rights. That's what property, the definition of property is about your rights, not possession of things.
So on the copyright page, it says, this is a book. This is a Borzoi book published by Alfred A. Knopf, Inc. Copyright 1996 by Daniel Jonah Goldhagen. Knopf's copyright 1996 by Mark Stein Studios. Then it says all rights reserved. And this is the importance of a copyright, folks, and any copyright material. I don't care what jurisdiction you think you're in. It is, in fact, international. All rights reserved under international and Pan Am copyright conventions. All of those copyright conventions and everything, they relate to the Treaty of Berne, protecting the literary and artistic works of the creator. This is restated in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8, the same article and sections that we see for the commercial places, needful places and buildings along postal roads for persons conducting tax, impost, levying and collecting taxes, duties, imposts, and excises. It's right in there with it. And this is all I'm doing is asserting that nobody else has an authority to tell me how to coin my words. And nor do they have the authority to tell me to purse my lips. They do have an authority to come forth in peace and arbitration. Otherwise, if they want to be the one bringing the act of war, that's on them. But again, it's force majeure or to combat. I'm not part of your war. So let's go on with it. Published in the United States by Alfred A. Knopf, Inc., New York, and simultaneously in Canada by Random House of Canada Limited, Toronto. Distributed by Random House, Inc., New York. And there's a grateful acknowledgement is made to the following for permission to reprint previously published material. So again, it's important to include everybody in these copyrights so they get proper credit. That's called giving equal consideration. So if I'm going to take validity for my own creation here of this review series of videos, I'm going to give them credit for giving me the material to extend it.
And see, that's, and like I said, that copyright disclaimer, that's a way for you to be able to dismiss what people might call lies by saying, well, I got it from here. This is the source. So if you find something wrong, it's wrong with the source. Please help me figure that out. And I'm one of those open-minded people that I am willing to do that further research. If you find something wrong with what I'm saying here, in my opinions and my commentary, hit the link, come up and talk to me about it. Show me where I'm wrong. That's what we need, is a proper discourse, so we're not bouncing those lies off of everybody.
Macmillan Library Reference, USA. And I want you to pay attention. If you remember, I told you I've adopted the Library of Congress. It's one of the adoptions. It's part of the Hatha Trust, of which I adopted in whole. And it has university colleges all around the world. So it's basically just saying you have access to all that information in the public domain as a source of material facts and evidence. Reproduced for...
As long as you source it. Just source it. That's all you got to do, is tell people where you got it from.
Map, data from appendix, estimated Jewish losses in the Holocaust. So remember, folks, everything is just an estimate. They have no real true facts. There are so many discrepancies in the record. All we can do is make an assumption, presumption, or otherwise.
And that's the problem with the vital statistics. The Bureau of Statistics is the census. That's just a numbers game, and the numbers are never accurate. So you're never going to get an accurate outcome. This is the problem with the record. If it's based on that, then the integrity goes down the fucking shithole.
Compiled by Yehuda Bauer and Robert Rosette from Encyclopedia of the Holocaust, Volume 4, pages 1797 to 1802. By Israel Gutman, Editor-in-Chief, copyright 1990 by Macmillan Publishing Company, reprinted by permission of Macmillan Library Reference, USA, a division of Simon & Schuster, Inc. Random House, Inc. Excerpt from In Memory of W.B. Yeats from W.H. Auden, Collected Poems of W.H. Auden, copyright 1940. So it's telling you the research material in the years they got it from. Copyright renewed 1968 by W.H. Auden, reprinted by permission of Random House, Inc. Library of Congress, cataloging in publication data, Goldhagen, Daniel. Now, the importance of that there is that the expression of the name, having the surname first, the family name, that's the military style. So again, I'm telling you, that record is a military record.
It's all for historical record keeping of a victor over the victim. That is a warring faction. It is not a book of truth of peacemakers or watchers or anything like that. It is a military regime run by a numbers game. It's a big gamble. It's a big poker game. And that's all you're doing is betting. I suggest you start hedging your bets with some education, some real research, some autodidactism, instead of being lineated into all this public grammar and education and indoctrination where you get nothing but cognitive dissonance. The dumbing down of society that's willing to sit there and watch something else, somebody else's dramatic or mysterious or admirable life on a boob tube, while they're munching on their poison foods and drinking down their poison drinks. And every once in a while, they hear that lights and sirens, so they peek out, but they don't do anything but go right back to their Plato's cave. Pathetic, really pathetic.
Hitler's Willing Executioners, Ordinary Germans in the Holocaust, Daniel Goldhagen, first edition, includes bibliographical references and index from ISBN 0679 446958. Holocaust, Jewish, 1939 to 1945. So they were evidently recording information about the Holocaust before the Holocaust actually started. And I want to take the time to remind everybody that Hitler and the German Nazi Party, they got their tactics from the Bolsheviks prior to the internment camps.
So in the early 1900s, the Bolsheviks were doing quite a bit of work in regards to their ideals. And Hitler grew up in that era, and that's where he got a lot of his ideologies. And then when he came to power, and I remind you people that Hitler ended up in prison for his political ideologies. And then when he got out of prison and rejoined the Nazi group and rose to power, that's all she wrote. Those same ideals came into play in a world forum in a very egregious way, which I can't displace the Bolsheviks' display of it either. It was egregious. It was a world forum, but it wasn't taken note of in the historical books like Nazi was, like German Nazi Germany was. It played up like that. So we have to remember, again, this is why I say I see America slowly turning into Hitler's willing executioners, which Hitler's willing executioners were merely mirror images of the Bolshevik regime that came before him. It's just repeating itself. And again, it's all a military regime.
Causes: anti-Semitism, Germany; war criminals, Germany; psychology. Manufactured in the United States of America, first edition. To Eric Goldhagen, my father and teacher. Maybe somebody that went through the Holocaust, and I don't know. We'll have to find out, huh? So, yes, Chicago manual style. That's what this government goes by, and it's specific. And that's the book that I used to find out what the obligor meant. When it comes to that, a parenthesis, capital O, unparenthesis, that's a specifically styled mark. And I found it in the Government Publishing Office Style Manual. Not the Chicago, but the government. And it specifically is called an all mark. And when a man has to put his mark on a piece of paper, and there's a legal system that can validate that legal mark in various different ways, they've got a system to do that. And if you read that Government Publishing Office Styles Manual for that section, you'll find out the significance of that all mark and the signature and where it's placed. So we got to think about that stuff. So I'm going to go on and get started into the reading. This is a first page. It's a Alex de Tocqueville, Democracy in America quote. No man can struggle with advantage against the spirit of his age and country. And however powerful a man may be, it is hard for him to make his contemporaries share feelings and ideas which run counter to the general run of their hopes and desires. And this is where we get our materialistic run in life. We think because we're in this life and there's materialistic things that we're supposed to have those things. No, that's just the contemporary modern conveniences in life. if an economy is destroyed, you have to go back to your nature. But consistently, economies are lasting longer and longer, and people are less tending to go back to their nature, so that when a final crush does happen, there's going to be so many people lost. It's pathetic. I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah, it's going to be one of them points known as a bottleneck. A bottleneck is when a population reaches a certain size or a certain event happens that in nature restricts the population and actually cuts it down. And that's what we're seeing today. We have the 8 billion people on this planet, and along with other research subjects, seems to be that might be the population max, where nature takes a course and there's some kind of natural switch that triggers something in nature to a annihilatic point of population decrease.
Going to survive, but there's it's called natural bottlenecking. And there are some events in materialistic worlds like this, Mother Nature takes care of herself, and there's not a damn thing anybody can do about it. So essentially, by living on the conveniences of modern life, we instill a fear of not being able to, of not being able to live without those conveniences, when that's the least of our worries. We need to remember how to live without them first. Pure and simple. So, Hitler's willing executioner's introduction, reconceiving central aspects of the Holocaust. Like I said, this is a different view of just a statistical element. It's going to the underlying principle that most people in the world at that time had some kind of relevant active part in it, because their opinions and the way they operate within the government structures by placing their votes and posting to the public records, and the way the news media interacts with them, public education, all of this. It all plays a part, and every person playing a part in there is in fact involved to some degree or another in their.
To some degree or another, we're all involved. We've all been in this, been born into this matrix. And they literally call it a matrix in the federal regulations, folks. It is a matrix. It's a matrix of contracting and subcontracting and subcontracting subcontracts. And that's basically what everybody's doing. You think your vote counts? Your vote doesn't count unless your name is on that contract. Otherwise, you're just a beneficiary, and nobody listens or even hears beneficiaries.
Very own indoctrination, because they believe the conveniences will help them along the way. Captain Wolfgang Hoffman was a zealous executioner of Jews. As the commander of one of the 3 companies of Police Battalion 101, he and his fellow officers led their men, who were not SS men, but ordinary Germans, in the deportation and gruesome slaughter in Poland of tens of thousands of Jewish men, women, and children.
And that's one of the things they've changed since then, is that it's not the normal police that's dealing with what we're seeing today with the immigration policy. They've actually set up a specific branch or organization of people and given them certain policing type powers. They've given them some kind of authority. Well, where did they get that authority to give them that authority? Did they just coin a bunch of words and throw them down on a piece of paper and say, okay, here you go, you've got this authority? Where did those words come from in the breath that they took to create those words on that piece of paper? Who gave them the authority to do such things? Was it your vote? Did you vote for that?
Yet this same man, in the midst of his genocidal activities, once stridently disobeyed a superior order that he deemed morally objectionable. This is
morally objectionable. Now, I think this is part of the problem, where people think morals are objective because they think they're objectionable, therefore they must be objective. No. That's what tells us that morals are subjective, because there's an objectionability to them. Okay, folks, if you think It's okay to take a student that's having a hard time in class because he doesn't learn the same way. You don't think it's objectionable to put that student on blast and make him feel stupid, then maybe there's something wrong with your morals. So again, I remind you, we have a public education system that is dumbing down our children generation after generation after generation. And here we are, we're still sending them to that public education, indoctrinating them deeply into the cognitive dissonance of one cog in a huge wheel of a military corporate governance. Pathetic.
For people that are supposedly seeking out and know that all of us are somehow related, but somehow seeking out a superior race, that they would then turn around and say, well, it's morally objectionable to do it to this person and not this person. And that's the very basic element of a distinctive difference between one man and another, and just using that simple thing as an excuse when there are.
That's one of the base rules, the base markers that they use in determining if somebody's rights have been violated, is if somewhere along the line, the one that feels they've been violated was treated differently than what other people are treated. This is why we have cases where people think that you can go to a cake shop and demand that they make a cake in your style when they don't do that style. It's like going to a air conditioning business and demanding that they create a refrigerator for you. It don't work like that. There are certain parameters that you just have to deal with because it's not so much of a public service as you think. It's a contract. And again, if you ain't in the contract, then you have to write yourself in the contract. If the other party doesn't want to contract with you, you cannot force him to contract. It doesn't matter what his reason is, it's contract. Your rights are only violated by government. Otherwise, if somebody violates you and you think it's a rights violation and they're not a public servant, it's a crime. You don't have rights unless you know what they are. And you can't defend crime if you keep calling them rights violations. See, this is the problem with that public education system. It indoctrinates you to believe that everything's the same across the board and just means the same thing. And everybody's just got to go along to get along and just do the same thing, like Pink Floyd and Brick in the Wall. Like it's some kind of fucking machine and you have to feed it. Open your fucking eyes.
So many things that say we are, in fact, the image and likeness of each other. The order commanded that members of his company sign a declaration that had been sent to them. Hoffman began his written refusal by saying that upon reading it, he had thought that an error had been made, because it appeared to me a piece of impertinence to demand of a decent German soldier to sign a declaration in which he obligates himself not to steal, not to plunder, and not to buy without paying. He continued by describing how unnecessary such a demand was, since his men of proper ideological conviction were fully aware that such activities were punishable offenses. So he used the very principle of saying, well, there's a discrepancy that places an impossibility. There's a discrepancy.
You guys understand what's being said there? We're talking about the current state of affairs with our very own police departments across the states. Well, we don't need to take such an oath because we already know. They pose to know the law, and yet they're one of the biggest violators of the law. Or that's that very principle. Many people do not believe they are breaking the law. They believe they've got all the authority to do a lot of the things they're doing simply because they took an oath. Quaint little fix, huh? Oh, they took an oath. Now they're bound. They're bound no more by taking that oath than they were in Nazi Germany. They're bound by the contract, the one that gave them the authority to do what they're doing.
Discrepancy that places an impossibility. It's called a disagreement by stating facts, material facts that are evident of opposing views, and that's it, nothing more. At this point, there's still no cause, supposedly, for war by his ideological insanity that gives no equal consideration. Because when you weigh out the facts of the equal consideration, in his mind, he wouldn't want somebody plundering, stealing, and raping and robbing him either. This is reason and logic, that each and every one of us as independent beings stand up for ourselves and would not allow that to happen to ourselves. He also pronounced,
and notice I said would not allow that to happen to ourselves. This is your Second Amendment, and this is why they're trying so hard to indoctrinate and dumb down the population, is because if you keep handing over your responsibility to somebody else to do it for you and keep depending upon that, when the time comes, you will think that what they're doing is so righteous and true, you won't do a fucking thing. Let alone stand up for yourself.
to his superiors his judgment of his men's character and actions, including, presumably, their slaughtering of Jews. So that
when you see an officer putting his boot to your daughter's neck, you think he's doing it because he's authorized to do so, and you stand back as her mommy and daddy and don't do anything except cry.
of the same mentality that slaughtering of the Jews was morally acceptable, and he was giving them praise for that. While objectionably, he's the same character that would stand up against any such slaughter against his own men. This is inherently observable in his own statement that even asking them to pay for something would be objectionable. So if you're going to stand up against somebody else asking you to pay for something, don't you think you would be reasonably objective to anybody standing up and say they're going to slaughter you because you won't pay them? This is the fallacy of men's reason and logic when they stand up in insanity like that. And this is the same insanity that the general population is so.
If I can get a gallon of milk for free, then why would I pay for one? That's what I'm saying. If I'm allowed, through my natural existence, to gather what I need to use in my possession in life, then who has turned it around and says I require a title and a license and a fee in order to get that gallon of milk? See, those are the only things you need to have in order to use their monetary system. The monetary system is supported and backed by a false patriarch. All you good Christians out there
willing to follow, simply because somebody else now gave them permission to do something that otherwise their spirit says they shouldn't. It's sickening. He wrote that his men's adherence to German norms of morality and conduct derives from their own free will and is not caused by a craving for advantages or fear of punishment. Hoffman then declared,
yeah, that fear of punishment goes along with the other side that I mentioned earlier, the favoritism, the nepotism, the cronyism that goes on in supporting each other and signing off for each other, so nobody has to take the blame when one of the people do stand up. See, you gotta get out of that fear so you can stand up and start doing this, because one man at a time just don't cut it. They got enough friends and favors in this monetary system that you can't use the monetary system to try to fix the monetary system or the problems that it's causing in your life. You have to find a new way. doing the same thing repeatedly over and over and over again, expecting different results, is the very definition of insanity.
Finally, as an officer, I regret, however, that I must set my view against that of the battalion commander, and am not able to carry out the order, since I feel injured in my sense of honor. I must decline to sign a general declaration. In other words, he was holding his honor up higher than all else and refusing to carry out the order.
And see, folks, I didn't read this book until, when was it? I got this book in 2003 or 2004, something like that. It'd been out a few years, and I read this book, and that's when I realized, all this contracting stuff and how it's dependent upon the signature. And it was 13 years later, 2016. My mother stood there and looked at me and said, "Keith, the police are your authority." I knew right then and there, my own mom and dad were Hitler's willing executioners. They're the ones willing to stand back and let a Nazi thug put a bullet in their child's head and do nothing but stand back and cry about it. Weak ass Christians who wouldn't stand in honor of that very Christian God that they had me brought up in the church for. That same Christian God that they worshiped one day a week, and then were black, bootlicking, Nazi, Hitler willing executioner thugs the other 6 days of the week. They just didn't wear the same outfits. They did the exact same thing, though. The exact same thing.
And it was because he was fearing punishments, and therefore he was craving the advantagements of not being punished. Otherwise, he would have stood in honor.
Greetings, Steve. Hitler's willing executioners. You see it on the video behind me. Ordinary, excuse me, I didn't know it went out there. Ordinary Germans and the Holocaust. Hitler's willing executioners. Daniel, Jonah, Goldhagen. I'll drop in chat here in a minute.
A reasonable and logical man and said, "Yeah, you're right. Let's go no further. I don't want to be punished," and just be real about it. But no, see, the power and control over a mass majority of people is a great thing. And it's done so easily through the language. Hoffman's letter is astonishing and instructive for a number of reasons. Here is an officer who had already led his men in the genocidal slaughter of tens of thousands of Jews, yet deemed it an effrontery that anyone might suppose that he and his men would steal food from Poles. See, he was deflecting from the fact that he killed millions of Jews to the fact that anybody would accuse him from even stealing from the Poles, which was material facts and evidence, blatant and obvious. Not only was he stealing the food, he was stealing the Poles themselves and exterminating them, all of the Jewish Poles. So the insanity of deflecting from the major point to a minor one is just like Jack Talton. But maybe I'm just obsessed with Jack Talton. The genocidal killer's honor was wounded, and wounded doubly, for he was both a soldier and a German, rather than a child
My apologies, folks. My internet went out. Let me get set back up here.
Race of the children of God. They were slaughtering children of God. I wonder if they slaughtered the actual second coming before he got to come. Never know. It's a messed up world of imaginations, isn't it? Fear. His conception of the obligation that Germans owed the subhuman Poles must have been immeasurably greater than those owed Jews. Subhuman, agreeing again that they were of the same kind.
Okay. We're going to run it again. My apologies, folks. Something going on with my internet.
Also understood his parent institution to be so tolerant that he was willing to refuse a direct order and even to record his brazen insubordination in writing. I pose that the American people have become so tolerant of what they believe is a parent institution because they're still sucking their thumb on benefits and then trying to point the finger at the parent. Again, I agree. It's the people's fault. Quit sending your children to these military schools. Quit giving birth to persons in these military hospitals, literally in a spell of illness. 42 U.S. Code 1395, lowercase x, no parentheses, no commas, no. 42 U.S. Code 1395, lowercase x. Look it up. It's a set of definitions. The very first definition literally says, in plain writing, spell of illness. His judgment of his men, a judgment based no doubt on the compass of their activities. In other words, he told them to do something. They did it for him. He praised them for doing what he thought was morally correct. And they picked up on those morals and acted upon them, even though they weren't their own morals, maybe. But because they were given that power, it became their morals, including their genocidal ones, was that they acted not out of fear of punishment, but the willingness to assent. They acted from conviction according to their inner beliefs. They were more willing, inner belief-wise, to accept that it was okay to kill another man because he was somehow different and give up the whole idea of being an image and likeness. Hoffman's written refusal sets in sharp relief important, neglected as aspects of the Holocaust. Again, all these reports and statistics, they all refuse to put it on the people. The people that are sitting there pointing the fingers, you had a part to do it too, because you didn't stand up and not do anything or stand up and do something about it. George Floyd, you want to sit there and record it, but you don't want to kick the motherfucker in the head and tell him to knock his fucking shit off. And that may not be the best way to do it, but sometimes when we come to these hard times where people are refusing to do it, it might take that. It's a heeding and warning throughout history and in repetition. It's been done before. I'm not saying I want to be a part of it. I'm not saying that's what needs to be done. I'm saying it happens all the time, and people need to start being aware of it and their part in it. Greetings, Nubs. Hey, glad you joined us. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing better now that the present company is much better than it was before.
Yeah. We have to be aware of who our company is at all times.
I'm kind of that point where my kindness has not been accepted. And it's been much like your own kindness, because what we are doing with that individual, not to digress from what you're doing by regards to that particular situation. And I'm kind of with you, honestly. The more I think about it and ponder it in my brain, the more I realize it's just insane.
Yeah, the more people that get indoctrinated into life believing that somebody else has some kind of responsibility because they gave you a convenience, and now you have someone.
Oh, this is a review from one I did 2.5 years ago. I did a series on Hitler's willing executioners, and I'm just going through and doing a review on that. I got like 15 videos, so I'm going to be on for a while. Might even just cut short today and finish tomorrow. I don't know. Depends on how my internet's going to keep going. I've been having issues. But this is just a replay of one from August 28th, 2024, I believe, or 2023.
Way of holding them liable or something. It's because of their own a willingness to give up the competence of understanding it. And this is why I say, if you don't know how to bank, you really shouldn't be handing over your banking stuff to a banker that's going to take advantage of you. I think the only time you would ever want to do that as a true convenience is if you already know the banking and how it works, so that you can catch them when they're doing something wrong. So that when they use that credit card or that debit card, that's clearly a Visa or MasterCard that's supposed to be treated as a credit card, you make sure that it's being treated as a credit card. You get a receipt that says credit, and that means it's a final portion of the transaction. Otherwise, what happens is you get a receipt for U.S. debit, proving that it was activated as a debit and not your debit, but the U.S. debit, and that somebody else took the credit.
And that under the Lieber Code, again, it's a military unit and it's a military transaction. It's all military money, military education, military hospitalization, everything. And under that commercial system, that receipt you get is given from a commanding officer. It says U.S. debit on it. And so one of the commanding officer is dealing with the Department of Treasury. And that receipt under the Lieber Code is an indemnification for the spoliated owner. And you're the one that has it in your possession. And again, that right to use the property is the right to use what's in your possession. You get to use that receipt for the indemnification that it qualifies for as a spoliated owner. And that receipt is evidence that they didn't give you credit. They issued a debit receipt that now needs to be tendered in exchange, in which they are obligated to give credit. Understand the language that they use, and you'll figure this out someday. I can explain it to you, but I cannot comprehend it for you. So again, do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. And for crying out loud, do not believe your mother. Do your research so you know.
You know, I'm in the process of a legal battle with my company. Well, I'm personally not. It's my company with the bank because they violated the contract. They let us use it like a Visa, and they let us go over the account limit because I had crossed that out. They accepted it. Actually, they didn't accept it. Another bank accepted my new terms, and then the bank bought it and didn't honor the original terms of the account. Right. So, needless to say, well, you know, they're like, "Oh, well, you can't cross anything out. That's not acceptable." I said, "It's a contract. Of course I can."
Yeah, and
yeah. See, contract is equal consideration, equal benefit. That means anything that's in that contract, you have to read it. And if it's not giving you the equal benefit of payment, then you missed something. See, if I'm gonna, like the sales agreement said for the emergency room when they discovered I had cancer, that sales agreement says on the back, in no uncertain terms, this is not a direct quote, but very simply it states that if I am willing to pay for the third party expenses, then they are, then it's understood that credit is given to my account. So if I'm going to pay something as a debit, then they have to return it in credit. And again, you can find this definition in 12 U.S.C. 1813 and 12 CFR 204.2. And I'll put those in the chat and run them up on the screen. But those definitions in there, look up deposit. And when you see the definition of deposit, you'll see it very clearly worded in both sections the same way.
That's part of
And
the
that-
thing, though, is they're the, it's just like a utility company. They're acting as the first billing party. And then when you go in and get a checking account, savings account, you're a subcontractor and they pass the billing on to you. This is why you end up with an insurance contract somewhere. That's the bond that supports all of your signatures. And again, they're
I
going to
never
use
signed anything.
yeah, they're going to get that social security number and write it up themselves. Somebody
That's
recently
why-
tried to tell me. Somebody recently tried telling me they went to the hospital ER, and when they wanted the intake documentation, a copy of the intake documentation that they signed, the hospital refused it. Said, "Oh, no, that's failure of public accommodation of equal consideration right from the beginning. You have to have the available terms and conditions that you agree to, so that you can show them where they are misinterpreting it."
And that is what I used in the courts in 2016 when they wanted to tell me it was going to cost me $1,500 for the transcripts. I said, I'm sorry, but you got my signature on a document known as an SS5 that gives me equal consideration in all of it. So you're not going to charge me for the use of the legal name with the obligor number as part of my property. I get to use it the way I want to, not the way you tell me to.
I guarantee you,
Right.
I will find where it's at and show them. And that's
Right.
all it is having the competence and the ability to do that. And they're just trying to do everything they can by removing little pieces of the law by saying, well, this is our policy. That don't work. Everything you
She
do.
tried that. Yeah, she tried that when I first opened up the account, because that account doesn't have a social security number and it does not have a license to open it up. I used two people. And basically the first day she told me she was going to call the police and get the fuck out of her bank. I said, I'll be back tomorrow. I think I probably told you this. I'd be back tomorrow. She sure did open up an account because I told her where to look for the law, where it would hold her personally liable.
Yeah.
She researched the law and I never, ever, ever signed a check whatsoever. I always put agent. So they couldn't go back on any of that.
And see, this is another point I want to make here. The identification is not required to be carried on you. Just like when the police pull you over and they ask you for an identification, you say, I don't have one. All you have to do is give them identifying information. So when I got to get checks from people and I got to cash that check, I can go to a bank that I used to have a bank account with. And I talk to the bank manager and I tell them, I explain to them, I know how this banking system works, and I know as a matter of record, you have to keep it on record of the old accounts. So I have an account that is closed. I cannot remember the account number, but I can give you the identifying information so that you can verify that I am the one that is wanting to cash this check here. Oh, okay, no problem. So it's not a matter of having that military document, that paperwork that you got to present everywhere. I'm not a Hitler's willing executioner. I don't carry that kind of stuff. I know where it's filed. I know who has it, and I can send you to them. That's your authority. And I do so by my authority.
Shit. And that's why they closed the account, because they were not able to do what they're normally able to do.
Right. And that's that 12 U.S.C. 1813 deposit and 12 CFR 204.2. Both of them are sets of definitions. You find deposit.
Can you put that in the private chat? Just so I don't have a pen and I can look back at the private chat.
See, it's funny how I think about the same things as I'm going through some of these videos. Like I said, this has been 2.5 years ago since I did these videos. And I already told you about 12 U.S.C. 1813 and 12 CFR 204.2 definition of deposit. So there it is on the screen again. And just pay attention. Do your research.
Because this is a big bank and they have lots of money, but they broke the agreement.
Yep. And we're going to take a look at this real quick, and I'm going to show you guys something. This is 12 U.S. Code 1813. Like I said, definitions. We're going to go down here. We're going to see the definition of deposit.
The opposite of what Jack did with his family and time.
Deposit.
Just saying.
The term deposit means the unpaid balance of money or its equivalent.
The unpaid balance of money or its equivalent. So when I get a receipt that says US debit, that's signifying an unpaid balance. See, everything's going on a transfer. It's been transferred, and you accepted the transfer. You received a receipt issued by a commanding officer or someone delegated to do so, and is evidence of indemnification for the spoliated owner. Who owns the receipt? The holder. The holder in due course. What's the due course? It's the process that's due. You have to return that receipt for the indemnification, which means you get your money back. The unpaid balance of money or its equivalent.
Received or held by a bank or savings association in the usual course of business, and for which it has given or is obligated to give credit.
Has given or is obligated to give credit. So again, when that sales agreement says that I agree to make payment for the third-party products and services so long as it's understood that credit is given to my account, then when I make that payment, what do they have to do? They have to pay me in kind. In the normal course of business, the obligation must be paid in credit. It doesn't say money. It says the unpaid balance of money or its equivalent. And that equivalent is given, which it has given, or is obligated to give credit. It doesn't say gold, silver. It says give credit. That's a limitation to what it is required to be given in exchange.
Either conditionally or unconditionally, to a commercial, checking, savings, time, or thrift account, or which is evidenced by its certificate of deposit. Thrift certificate.
Greetings, Vibe. And just so you guys know, the link's down there. Anybody can hit that link and come up and discuss this stuff. We're talking about Hitler's willing executioner and how you've been indoctrinated to believe the things you believe. So if you think I'm saying something wrong, come up and check me on it.
Investment certificate, certificate of indebtedness, or other similar name. Anything passed as a debit, indebtedness, debit, or a check or draft drawn against a deposit account, deposition account, debited one place.
Yeah, it's when you talk about these courts and stuff, when they talk about the disposition hearing, it's a deposit. Deposition. When they talk about disposal, oh, that case has been disposed of. No, it's that disposed of means it's been dispositioned. It's been put from here to there. When you throw your garbage out, you think it was disposed. No, they just moved it from one place to another. And then when they, you took it from the trash can inside, bagged it all up, put it in a trash can outside. You disposed of it. And then the trash man came along and he took it from the trash can and put it in the trash truck and moved along and picked up a bunch of others. And then he disposed it by putting it in the landfill. It's just a dispositioning. It's still there. So when I talk about the credit, it's still there, folks. You just have to accept it for what it is by understanding the terms and conditions of the contracts.
And reposited somewhere else, and certified by the bank or savings association, or a letter of credit, or a traveler's check, on which the bank or savings association is primarily liable.
That's telling you two things. Okay? That the credit they are obligated to give, if they haven't already, is a primary liability. If they don't, then the liability kicks in. And when you find them in error and that liability kicks in, it kicks in for the full amount immediately. That is called misfeasance. If they continue in that and deny that liability after they've been given notice of that liability, now it is malfeasance. These are banking officers. Now you can get them for treble damage. Then if they continue further, now you can get them for 10 times damages. Hold these people's neck with your boots. And I mean, know the liabilities. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Know the liabilities so you can hold them accountable. That's what this is all about, the accounting. And it's not a numerical accounting. It's the accounting of truth, the journal before the ledger.
So in other words, from what I'm gathering from that, the bank has the liability, and what they're doing is they're putting the liability directly onto the consumer, as opposed to holding the liability.
And when they do that, now you
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. In the contract world, the one with the main contract has the main primary liability. And you'll notice all the banks have the primary liabilities. They're the ones holding the contract. Guess who has the scales, folks? That's the U.S. Postal Service, the Universal Postal Union. Remember when we spoke about the beginning of the video on the copyright disclaimer? It's all contract, folks, from top to bottom.
carry the liability of the debit. And so when you use a debit card, even if it's got a Visa or MasterCard on there, everybody has you as the debtor. And so they're taking the credit, even at the local store, even out at the local gas station. Look at your receipt. They're claiming you're a debtor who owes a debt to the United States, and therefore it's a debit against the United States. And they're taking the credit, when in fact you are the creditor, and it should be an extension of credit to the United States for them to operate the funding in their circulatory system.
And that's the kind of receipts that we need, is showing that we are the original creditor. No one ever gets that. All they get is who's the debtor. And again, watch those receipts when you go to the store and you use your credit cards. Use your debit cards or even cash. Notice the differences. When you use those checks and debit cards and credit cards and the electronic stuff rather than cash, it says US debit. When it says cash tendered. Imagine that.
We are lenders unto the nation. The states are stealing the credit.
So with that, does that have anything to do with the double set of books? I mean, obviously
Yes.
it does because of the banking, but like a direct tie. Because isn't that fraud by definition?
And that's the problem. It's a double entry ledger where they're issuing you the receipt in US debit. And now you can exchange that with the ledger holder, the one that's doing the ledgering, US Treasury. It says US debit, not state.
Only it's incompetence until they're given notice. The first
Okay.
duty law is to give legal notice. Hey, I discovered an error. You're not going to accuse them of fraud. You're going to accuse them of incompetence that you accept on your own behalf as well, because I entered the error. Please forgive me.
Which is the misfeasance I was telling you about. And then if they continue on after knowing that an error has been exposed and don't do anything about that error, now it's malfeasance.
Repent. In that, I forgive you as well, because if it hadn't been for me entering that information, it would have never happened. That's
Because you are the secondary. I gotcha.
Right.
I gotcha.
If I hadn't fallen temptation to the convenience and fallen into that trap, I would have never entered in those errors. I instead would do what I'm doing now, and that is informing you. I have a freedom of expression to give you knowledge, and you have a right to know. This is the parable, or the Chinese saying of, you feed a man for a day if you give him a fish. But if you teach him how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. But the true principle is to make sure that you're passing on the lesson.
And this is the importance of the First Amendment again, folks. The First Amendment is not about my expression. I have a great right in being able to freely express myself. But the greater right is the exponential right of everybody else out there that has a right to know. And to silence the truth is one of the most egregious acts against man. So when I find this stuff, and I do my research on this stuff, and I find things that are important, and I feel this need to point them out, even though they might sound minor to you, to me, the vocabulary, again, I urge everybody, you've been indoctrinated through this public education system. Unlearn what you've been taught. Go back and get yourself a concise English handbook and relearn the English language, so that then when you do your research, you can comprehend this stuff better. Because again, I can explain it to you, but I cannot comprehend it for you. You have to do your due diligence in relearning what they've taught you to remember. And this is the confluence of language that seems to be a melting pot just as much as America is. Language is concise.
To others, so they too can take advantage of it.
How to tie the knot.
Be careful.
Tie everything together.
Right.
Right.
Be careful to maintain good works that are profitable unto men.
Right. And that, to me, what I see that word meaning is, you're a fisherman, right?
Absolutely.
So your good works would be tying that knot so that the hook does not come off and leave you with nothing. I got it. I'm putting the shit together, man.
Ought. A unit of measure. A hook is a what? Is it an ought one, ought two, ought three, ought four?
Right. A unit of measure on how big that hook can be, in turn, how big of a fish you're able to take.
Yeah, you're going to keep chasing that bag, or you're going to learn how to fish.
Well, I might not be able to keep up with you on the mountain the whole time while you're over there doing whatever, but I'll definitely be gathering food and wood, and I'll gather what needs to be gathered. And
I'm telling you what, some of them fresh high bush blueberries are some of the best. There's making your mother thumb.
You fucking right.
Are sweet. You guys don't know the beginnings of going out and being with your nature. That's your true Holy Spirit. That's your physician. We are physicians. He who is whole is not in need of a physician. And what makes you whole? The world. It's her Holy Spirit. That's your next of kin. Why would you go to a false doctor to teach you about what your diet's supposed to be when you're supposed to go to your next of?
Sure, set it up, Vibe. I don't know if I really believe that you know everything about credit cards. Because I have some information you might want to consider. Again, like I mentioned, the Postal Service. If you guys don't understand what the Postal Service is, they are the bank and the courthouse, as well as the post office. Think about this stuff. I urge you, again, don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. Don't believe Vibe. Don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know. So set that up, and I'll be glad to join you, Vibe.
Kin. She's been feeding you all her life. Your mom is your next of kin. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Go ahead, brother.
cheers to that. I'm sure you're familiar with this.
Is that seaweed or what?
No, it's weed, but it ain't seaweed. You see it though.
Yeah.
Chlorophyll like a motherfucker. Let me tell you, that is just leaves. That's all it is. It's just leaves. And that like I feel that shit hit me. You know, hot. It's like it's all well, I mean, it's like it's not like getting high, but you're higher than hell.
Yeah. I've never done it yet, so I don't know.
Oh, juice some cannabis. Let me tell you. And honestly, I mean, as Benton pointed out, and rightfully so, this keeps me down, whereas that keeps me up, and I should just quit one. And it ain't going to be the upper. Yeah. What he said, honestly, he apologized for some reason. I just felt like he was throwing me under the bus because I was smoking, and he was right. You know, like it was shitty to get thrown under the bus, and it hurt a little bit. But my pride aside, I can't argue with logic. It'd be like arguing with the dictionary.
Well, I can argue with the dictionary all day long because I'll pull out several showing where they're different. So
Well,
there really
you
is
are
no argument.
able to.
Yeah, there really is no argument. What the material facts show is that there's a controversy in who's defining it or what. So
That's
again, coin your words.
I was right. I was standing in line the other day, and there was an officer that I don't know exactly what his story was, but he was standing rather close to me. And I looked at the cashier and I said, "You sure do have some seedy customers here." And he looked at me like I was the devil incarnate. I don't think he understands what seedy means. Otherwise, he probably would not look like a seedy individual. Well, he was mean mugging me the other day. He mean mugged me the other day in the same place at probably about the same time. Next time he does it, because I know he's going to do it. I'm going to pull up that Google definition for him, and I'm going to show him this is what seedy means. Your actions are that of a seedy motherfucker. Like I said, go fuck yourself. I did have one question for you. I do have one question for you. So I watched this guy. He does videographing of the local police department in St. Paul and ultimately other areas. He's not really one of the ones that, gets in their face and he's literally just reporting the news, what's going on. He was assaulted by an officer the other day, and it was a violation of the First Amendment, clearly. I mean, the guy literally touched him. He put hands. It would have been 4th or 5th degree assault. Nothing major. The guy wasn't truly harmed.
Okay, so I don't know, that would be a First Amendment issue. It might summarily be a First Amendment issue if he's out there auditing and stuff, but the assault part is a totally different issue. Again, that's not a matter of a rights violation. That's a matter of a crime. Okay, there's the two different jurisdictions. The crime as opposed to the commercial rights, the civil rights. That First Amendment is a civil right.
Nevertheless, I ended up calling in and talking to the superior officer. He told me he didn't have time for my crime. Is it meritable? I mean, like I've talked to IA about it. IA was fucking retarded, except for one lady. She actually had some common courtesy and common compassion and understanding. I told her what her officer did was a treasonous act. He literally went outside of his oath to that Constitution by that action. And if we have one bad apple, the whole thing gets spoiled.
Right, and that's something I've been speaking out on lately is that one just turned up. My apologies, Vibe. Says where you're getting some of this right, there are areas you're getting wrong. And this is what I do for a living. Well, that's why I say it would be awesome to speak to you about it, because I said I'm an open-minded person. If you got me wrong, if you got me saying stuff wrong, I don't want to. I don't want to sound like the babbling idiot. I don't want to mislead people. So please, let's do this, because I assure you there are some things I know that maybe you don't, that might give you a different perspective and show you that I do know what I'm talking about. Anyway, just saying, set it up and I will gladly do it. But yeah, it's the violations that, and this is one of the things I try to explain to people when I sign off and I say I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back or not. That's to say, I don't care if you hate me, I don't care if you don't respect me. That's on you, because the thing I have to love everybody. That's the only way I'm going to get anywhere with anybody. If I automatically hate people or get into that mentality, then I set myself apart from people. And I can't do that if I want to be involved. If I'm going to be one of the ones that's going to stand up, then I have to love you. And it has to be a tough love, because that love means that I love you enough that I'm not going to let you sit here and lie to me, or I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. And that's why I say, Vibe, this stuff I put out, I want to be as truthful as possible. Because otherwise people might see me as lying, and I don't want that. So yeah, let's do that. And remember that it's the things that we say and do to other people, to each other. Again, I'm not innocent in this. It's the things that we say and do to each other that I hate. I don't hate myself, but I hate the fact that I still do some of the things that I abhor. They become almost patternized, conditioned, like everybody else. So think about this stuff and understand what I'm talking about with Hitler's willing executioners. It is a social conditioning, and I see it turning that way here on American soil. I see the American people getting dumber and dumber, just like idiocracy. And I do believe that we have plenty of sources to look at and see it for what it is, instead of just going along to get along because of comfort and conveniences. That's so fucking much bullshit. If you think that you enjoy these comforts and conveniences so much that you're not worried about your children and their comforts and conveniences, and how we're gradually sliding into the scope of Hitler's willing executioners, that we're one day going to be willing to stand there and watch a cop off our children while we stand back and do nothing but cry. Let's get real, folks.
Did he speak to an attorney during this?
The officer or the guy?
The guy.
No, not to my knowledge.
Seems to me the law is pretty well set. That if a
That's
man
kind of what I
doesn't want
thought.
to talk to the police, if the man doesn't want to talk to the police, they have to be able to come forth and prove that he's criminally guilty. And
Right.
if you want to speak to him, he has to be. They can only communicate with him through the attorney. So
Right.
everything that goes so far without an attorney, even if it goes to court, that judge has no way of convicting somebody that's not represented by an attorney. And this is true throughout the entire case. They have no way to communicate with somebody that's not represented by an attorney. So if you're going through,
I don't understand.
And so one of the things I've come to realize, again, just in my research and just my opinion, this is not legal advice whatsoever. But in my experience, I've come to find, again, the grammar style and the way you speak things, coin your words, you purse your lips, is very important here. Because when we're talking about communicating with others, we're talking about first person, second person, third person. And if you learn how to take over the control, the communication as a first person, and understanding who the third person is relative to the first person, and knowing that the second person is an outsider. In other words, I am speaking myself for my person who is not involved in the communication because it's a person. And the other man I'm speaking to as a noun in the form of a living soul holds a title of a person. And therefore he would be second person. First, second, third. And when you learn how to communicate in that stance, always keeping yourself first person relative to the third person who is yours, then you can control that person. Relative to it being somebody else's person, you are now second person. And you can speak to another second person or first person. But you always must understand the first person aspect, which is firsthand. I'm the one with the experience. I know what happened along that roadside. I know what the officer said. I know the details of information I gave him. And when he lied and put other information down, I'm the one that still stands in truth. I still stand in that honor. I will forever tell you that record is an error. That record is a person that you wrote about in your second person aspect. And now you bring in any English major and they will agree. Yeah, if it's told from that perspective, he's second person, it is hearsay. Bingo. Case over. Think about this stuff and understand you've been taught Babel ever since you was a baby born in Babylon. Babylon. Where do you think it comes from, folks? You really think you were babies? Infants?
I just don't understand. I get you. I'm just ultimately what it boils down to is that's the city where my business is, and I don't want that kind of bullshit in my city. And I say my city because my business is in that city. That means I have busyness to do. And I interact with these individuals on a normal basis because they're constantly taking break, which is fine. Man needs a break if he's working an 8 hours. Sure. Even cops need breaks. I'm not heartless, but you will do your job when you're on my dime and my time.
Yeah, it was kind of neat. Yesterday, I spoke to Lena Height down here at the ADA, Assistant District Attorney, about that bench warrant. And I just simply let her know, I'm trying to place some corrections in on her for the record. They're trying to tell me I can't talk to the administrative law judge in private. Now, according to the way I understand the law, this has to do with the judicial office, the administrative law judge, and Board of Contract Appeals as a neutral and independent forum within the United States Postal Service to make a proper judicial determination that's never been placed on the record. And it clearly shows that not only has it not been placed on the record, but in this bench warrant that you recently issued through your courts, it clearly shows there's no finances, no bond was found, no long title, no charges, and yet somebody out of thin air magically created a $350 bond. Now, I don't know what you're going to do about it, but here I am, and I think it would be pretty ridiculous to try to make a false presentment like that. And I'm not here to make any accusations or anything. I'm here to clear up the record and make sure it gets corrected. And that's an extension of immunity for all of us. Because Lena, I understand. I'm the one that entered those data elements. But now that I realize what's going on, you can take a look at that record. And you can see there were 93 cases prior to that, 33 years, but that ended 7 years ago. And that's because I've been educating myself through very diligent research. And I'm telling you, Lena, I'm not playing around. I'm done with it. I'm here to come with a correction of the record, and I'm getting a hold of the Bureau of Vital Statistics, the Health and Human Services, State Adjutant General, Governor, all the way up the line. I need to get.
And that's the importance of your communications. It's communicating with many people. See, when I send out notices, it's like in this recent wrongful eviction, constructive eviction case. When I sent notices to the courts, I also sent notices to many other people. The State Adjutant General, the Iowa Office of Civil Rights, HUD, the Institute for Justice, ACLU, the Judicial Commissions Board here in Iowa. I mentioned, or I communicated with all kinds of people, and we're still involved in it, even though the case has been dismissed and the Supreme Court turned around and negated to give an opinion or demand or anything. We kind of are left at the hopes right now of the Iowa Office of Civil Rights and HUD in their investigation. They've gotten together and they're investigating the entire situation according to the details, and hopefully we'll have a check waiting for us at the end. If not, we then have to go through and move forward ourselves by appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court, and that's where if we lose there, then we go forth with the civil rights claim and just bring it before a jury. We don't want to do that. That's still a lot of work. But if we have to go through these other steps and still get denied, trying to make that civil claim before a jury is going to take a long time. It's going to take some filing. It's going to take some money. And that's the exact reason that they do this shit. So it brings a man to the ends of his means sometimes, and then they have to find other means. And this is what we're talking about today. Hitler's willing executioners. Why are we coming to this extreme and not seeing it for what it is?
Get everybody on the same bandwagon and get things corrected, because I'm not making accusations, and the immunity extends to everybody involved. And that's, okay, well, there's not really anything I can do to help you. Well, I've given you notice. So again, if you want to come get me on those warrants, please do so.
I told that same thing. Well, not exact the same thing, but something very, very similar to my to the local, not mine, but to the local.
Hey, wait a minute. That's Nub's dog over there whining and crying.
He's a little bitch. He wants to play, and I'm on the damn phone, and he gets pissed off, and he's a big baby, but yet he's a big scary pit bull. It's kind of ironic. Nevertheless, I was talking with my local whatever he is, commander, chief, whatever the fuck he is, some military thing. And there's supposedly a piece of paper that has my name on it in his office. And I said, all right, you, by all means, you come on down here, you put your motherfucking name on it to say that I did something that caused loss, injury, or harm. And you bring, in fact, I would come down to your office if you're willing to put your name and be personally liable I am
Yep.
putting you on notice that
Yep.
if you do come to get me, that I will be requiring a signature and a signed sworn affidavit, as well as all of the documents that you need to become a police officer, because I'm going to make sure to inspect all of those. And if I find anything that is unsavory, then the record will be needing to be corrected on your end.
And that's about the only thing I really pose that needs to be done, folks, is correcting the record. But in doing so, you must correct yourself. That comes to that part of knowing thyself. Knowing yourself separate from that person, knowing how that person operates in this system, who says what for it, who has the authority to say what for it. Understanding that it's an it. And it's just relative to the record, and that's it. It's not yourself. It's relative to a record that's made about yourself, but whose record is it? Is it their ledger in a commercial system, or is it your journal as a sojourner with him, a stranger and sojourner with him in his lands, which shall not be sold forever? Are you going to stand in that honor, or are you going to sell it all out for that dollar?
I don't have any shiny bracelets for some reason. It's not showing. Revenue Stamp Act. Okay.
It's a documentary stamp. That's a documentary stamp.
I was talking to a guy that does.
That is charge not to be recorded until stamped. Charge not to be recorded until stamped. Revenue Stamp Act of October 22nd, 1914. Revenue Stamp Act. So revenue. It's just like that reposit, deposit. It went from one venue to another venue. It was revenued. It went from one grammar style to another grammar style. It went from a given name and a family name to a legal name consisting of both a first and last name relative to the given name and family name. Understand the language I just used, folks.
Revenue Stamp Act. Okay.
It's a documentary stamp. That's a documentary stamp.
I was talking to a guy that does legal review and whatnot, and I showed him that 26 USC. Boy, he sure did get angry. That's not what that means. Oh,
Yep.
yes, it is.
These are stamped, but it's not the proper documentary stamp affixed to it. It can't be stamped in it. That's not the proper documentary stamp.
Correct. So again, as I said, the Postal Service has a lot to do with this, as well as the language. So the language says that the stamp must be affixed to it, not embossed or impressed into it. This is the same thing with UCC 3-402. The authorized representative giving an unambiguous authorized signature on the instrument is therefore not liable for the person named in the instrument. Okay? Understand the language and what it's telling you. As the authorized representative, you are signing on a document that somebody else presented. So now you are representatively signing for the person named in the instrument. And in that documentation, you are saying that what is in that instrument is true and correct. If you don't read that instrument and you don't understand the language, the grammar style in that instrument, then you will be confused with fusion. You will become with it in its babble. If you do not understand how to give the equal consideration for the equal benefits in that contract, then I suggest you have nothing to do with it. It's the importance of that signature.
So the certificate of live birth doesn't have one. This one had the silver one, but that's an inlay.
But that's not
So I don't know
valid.
if they,
Right.
I don't know if they count that. That it's not a like a U.S. postage stamp for posting in the proper venues, and that's what it's about.
Right.
You've got to post it in the proper venue. If you're posting something,
Just like you see on Facebook, Twitter, X, TikTok, YouTube, it says post. Yes, YouTube says comment. But Facebook's a perfect example. Been using post for a long time. It's because you're posting an accounting of events. You're doing it without a postal stamp. For an official public record, it has to have that stamp.
in this venue, but it belongs in this venue, it throws the accounting off in this venue.
Which they would be preferring to correct the record, so their job is easier.
Yep.
I'm only trying to be of service to you, good sir.
It's to a great advantage if you learn how to do that, folks.
I wonder why
Every
they
step-
don't like help.
Yeah, every step along the way, I've done nothing but assert that I'm only trying to help. I'm not trying to confuse anybody. I'm only trying to help. And just because I'm trying to help through an education doesn't mean that you have to be offended because I'm giving you information. I'm not trying to say I'm smarter than you. I'm telling you something's wrong. Here's the correction. And no, I've never been a banker. No, I've never been an attorney. No, I've never been a contract surveyor. No, I've never been an architect. But I can do my research, and under reason and logic, if I see something that is absolutely wrong, I'm going to say something.
See something, say something, right?
It's pathetic how much people are not willing to listen to the truth, because once they listen to the truth of even just one straw, it tears down their whole straw house. Because they thought it was convenient to let somebody else let them live in a cheap piece of shit. Fucking victims. You know, and it's just, again, it's taking upon that convenience of being a statistic. And that's how sick it is. Spell of illness to become a statistic and take upon the conveniences in that research experiment by the military. And everybody signs up for it. Yeah. Go ahead.
When I was about 18, I walked into the Social Security office. This was right before 9/11. So it wasn't, everything didn't all pop, but it was on the border. And I walked in and I said, I want to renounce my citizenship. Boy, you should, I was young, dumb, and boy, I should have followed through. But there was every legal event that they could come throw at me. No, you don't want to do, are you a terrorist or something? Are you blah, blah? I'm like, no, I just see the bullshit. And I saw it even way back then.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do tomorrow when I do my video. I'm going to do a quick reminder of another video I did prior, turning guns into doorknobs. And so tomorrow, hopefully I'll get time to do a quick review of my previous video that I did, turning guns into doorknobs. And then tomorrow night when I do the reading, I'll remind you of it so everybody can at least check it out. If you don't make it to the stream of doing it tomorrow, I'll probably do it in mid-afternoon.
Couldn't you also make a conveyance a doorknob? I mean,
Yes.
It's the same logic.
Yes, it's the language and how you use it. All you have to do is be able to express what you're trying to paint, the picture you're trying to paint. And I'll put it to you like this, guys. If you went out to the store and you found a puzzle maker, and you looked at the shelves along Walmart, say, and you're going to go get a puzzle for your little nephew. He's like 10 years old. So you're going to go out and you're going to get him a puzzle. You're going to get him a 100-piece puzzle, but they've got 5 different puzzles. You don't know which one to get him. They're all made by the same company. They're all 100-piece puzzles. So you decide, fuck it, they're cheap. I'm going to buy them all 5. He gets excited in opening these puzzles. And this kid is going to have a mind that if he opened all 5 of those puzzles and mixed all them puzzles up, he's going to figure out a way to get up all them 5 puzzles. Somewhere along the way, he's going to realize that all 5 puzzles have the same top right corner piece,
Same fucking thing.
same top right corner piece, the same bottom left, the same bottom. And he's going to realize they're all made of the exact same pieces. They're uniform throughout all the puzzles. The difference is the picture you see on top. So while you can take all those 5 puzzles and you can take the top left corner piece of this puzzle, you can put it with this other puzzle. And so you can get 5 puzzles put together, but the pictures of none of them will
Are
be
going to make sense. Right.
This is the English language.
I've been doing some research on where and how and all that stuff. And I don't know. I'm still doing research on flamenco, but the Scalagarian dialect just does not, it doesn't sit very well. And it goes back to all of this. If you really think about it, it's the master puzzle.
Yeah, well, it's the convenience. And think about this, folks. You've seen my script. I created my own script, right? Think about the commercial system. Huh?
And read it?
Yeah, I can read it. I got a key to it.
No, I'm saying people in YouTube have a problem reading scripts.
Oh, yeah. Particularly mine. You got to get the key to mine. But in the commercial system, we have over time, you can see the development of the financial languages. And one of those financial languages are the SKU codes. They started out as SKU codes on the products at the stores. SCU, SKU codes. And then they used barcodes. And now you see the Q codes. If you take my language, think about this, Nubs. If you take my language and kind of bunched it up, wouldn't it look just like one of them little Q codes?
This is important to understand too, folks. Like it says, languages change. Okay. I've got this book in front of me. It's called How Language Works. Let me pull it up. Let me give full screen here. Get rid of that. By David Crystal, it says, How Language Works. How babies babble, words change meaning, and languages live or die. David Crystal, author of The Stories of English. So that's another great read. You get yourself a concise English handbook. If you can go through and read this, and yeah, I would recommend The Stories of English. I haven't read that one myself yet. But hopefully one day I will. But David Crystal, How Language Works. Check it out. Languages live and die. Words change meanings. Why babies babble. So, yeah. Let's get back to it.
Mm-hmm.
So all they're
Didn't
doing.
it all start with numbers on the arm, though?
Well, no, it started with numbers and letters. But what I'm getting at is now they're able to use symbols that the mind doesn't recognize, but a machine does.
Mm-hmm.
Can you read that Q code without a scanner?
Nope.
How about a barcode?
Nope.
Only if you've got the manual there showing what the numbers go with that barcode.
This is one of the foreseeable problems with technology. You know, Vibe claims he understands every part of debit cards and credit cards. We should do a show on it. Well, let's do a show on that mag stripe then. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the electronic system and the red flags or gates that it triggers to open or close. Let's get into the detail. You know?
Does the Q code have them numbers?
Nope.
You see the delineation?
Yep. Couldn't that be also considered a stamp since the post office uses it as a stamp?
There are different forms of stamps. When it comes to like documentary stamps and stuff, it's got to be literally affixed to it. So they can take and stamp it on a sticker and then stick the sticker on.
Mm-hmm. That's what they're doing. That's what I'm saying. Like if you look at a lot of newer postage stamps, especially for like mailers and stuff like that, It started changing a couple years back when I was in the post office, because I would look at them and be like, what the fuck is this? And I would go to kick it, and I kicked it for the first week, and my supervisor came back and he's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I didn't read the memo.
Yeah. Yeah, those are postal frankings. That's they have a franking privilege, and that's the comment down below. The franking privilege is your right to be the master of the contract. So,
like I was saying earlier, when we talk about this language, we communicate in first person, second person, third person. So when you understand the contracts and how to speak in first person, second person, third person, you are the postmaster. You are the one that's mastering what you are posting. Simple language, folks. Understand what I'm saying.
the premise is that if it's a United States postal stamp, then they get to cancel it. Okay. So the claim is that if you get to cancel it, it's because it's your stamp. So if you truly have the right to be the master of the contract, that means you get to cancel the stamp, but it also means you get to make your own stamp to cancel, proving your equal station in life. So if you want to put your stamp side by side and cancel it in your manner, that will show the equal consideration of a translation.
See, and that's the contract with the post office. How do you contract like that with the post office? Well, you do it by first person, second person, third person. And you use third person identification, specific identification in specific form that they recognize, because it's in their grammar style. I've showed people this before, that homemade stamp, the red border. It's got your own epoch number or creative number, filing number, whatever you want to use, that's relative to your file only. It's got an amount. It's got a number. It says prepaid. Prepaid. Why is it prepaid? Because it's equity. It's coming with clean hands. Equity is a sort of equality. So you have that equal consideration for the equal benefit.
That's exactly what that is, isn't it? It's my interpretation of their document, affixed side by side, giving equal. That's fucking good.
I have a county clerk down here try to deny a filing against for my companion as her trustee against a credit collector. They turned around, sent it back, said, you have to file this electronically. No.
Nope.
I sent it through the mail. That's recording it. You as a clerk have a duty to file it. Filing it means taking the definitive paper form and converting it to the electronic form. And that is the process of filing. To press numbered keys or other identifiers. Do your job. I'm not going to do it for you. So they sent it back anyway, right? Well, they used that franking privilege for $2.
They put their own stamp. And you put your own stamp on it and send it back for equal consent. They fucking hate you. They so fucking hate you. That's why I like you, Wizard. That's fucking funny.
Yeah, well, I'll find it. But yeah,
I don't believe many people, but I believe you.
Yeah, we put two $1 stamps on it, affixed right next to it, and then cross-signed both of them and dated it.
And I still have it today. I keep that evidence, showing that if this ever pops up again, it shows that they're the ones that are in error. I maintain the record absolute. That's all it is, folks. It's not an accusation. It's just evidence of the errors. Legal procedural errors, as I've been calling them lately. Rule violations, procedural legal errors.
We got it in our possession as material fact evidence of the process that they failed.
Yep. Now I've heard that you have to use
The process they failed, which was the legal procedure.
a special like blue ink or red ink to cancel it.
I'll use a motherfucking crayon.
Gotcha.
It goes to
It's the intent. It's the intent. I got you. See, I'm picking up if I'm answering my own questions.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And if you're in tent, that means you're your own covering because you're in the tent. There it is. And is that a creation of your own? And so that is your creation, and therefore the only one that can cancel it is you.
Yeah, and it's sealed. We got it back when we sent it. We got it back, so we canceled the stamps, and it's still sealed. What we sent them, which we have a duplicate of, unsealed, will match what is in the sealed envelope that shows we sent it and they returned it.
And the Treaty of Berne protects it as a literary, or excuse me, a creative work.
Yeah,
and
because
it has a value established, and the secretary has to accept the value established because that's his motherfucking job.
and it's still sealed. It's a little old and tattered, but it's still sealed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could get into a lot of trouble with you, buddy.
We get more trouble if we take Jack.
Well, I told him I would be happy to. He complains about nobody offering a meal or a sit down conversation. I've offered both of these, so he's lying. All he needs to do is come on over. I'll break bread with him.
Yep.
Maybe not all I break with him, but I'll break bread.
Somebody's got a Dave's or two says, why Switzerland? Well,
Because that's the seat of Satan.
if you remember the Louisiana Purchase, the Louisiana Purchase was done because Napoleon was running short on funds for his war, right? And that used to be the French franc that determined the weights and measures of the monetary system through the Treaty of Berne and all that. They switched upon that at that time to Switzerland, and now it's the Swiss franc. So we now don't have a French confederacy, we have a Swiss confederacy. And that Swiss confederacy is where the federal chancellor sits, and that is for equity as it relates to chancellor. So the equity, again, is at the very top. You can't assert equity at a fucking administrative court. You have to exist outside of it and let them know that you're dealing with the upper people, and it's going to trickle down. Because if you don't know that you're one of the top dogs as an equal station in life, and you sit there and you're afraid to deal with these people and communicate with them peacefully through private communications, ain't no one going to hear you.
Right. What's the deal with their flag over there in Switzerland? It's a backdrop of red with a white cross on it. Are you familiar with the sign of the cross? And I'm not talking the sign of Christianity. I'm talking the one that dates back further. Is that where that comes from? Because that was a sign of civilized people, is the cross. But normally it was in a circle as opposed to a square, but you can't really make a circle flag.
Yeah, and that's that the fluged cross. It goes out and across, and then the next ones come out, go down. And so it's not a straight cross. It's got the flared ends. And
kind of like a fleur-de-lis, only bigger.
Right. And that is again, the origins of time show that the French were the world's money controllers. And even though it was for England and stuff during a period of time, it was a kind of a transition between Rome and England. And again, if you go back, you find French is more related to the Greek Christian programs. And that's how it generated through Northern Europe and then eventually over to Americas and everything. The Christians, the spread of Christianity in the Western world is the primary thing of all of it through the education system. Mm-hmm. Christianity is more of a military religion than most anything I think throughout history and time.
Well, look at its alleged, I'll say alleged origins, because I wasn't fucking there. So I'm not going to create a firm fact that I don't have a fucking clue on. But if you read like the Popol Vuh, they have an English translation. Dude, that book is almost identical, like almost word for word identical.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna pause here and speak on this, because this is what I see as a repetition in history as well. It's not just one culture. It's many cultures around the world that experience the same types of events. So there's a culmination of events that happen naturally. There are types of events that happen because of the social conditioning, getting in large groups. And again, it goes back to our original nature as man and being transient, mobile, sojourners, gatherers and collectors. 1,000 some years ago, we turned to agriculture. Almost 12,000 years of history of people repeating the same thing and coming to the same results, trying to establish these huge societies, and they fail. Eventually, each society, eventually American civilization will fail. Just a natural course. It's no longer the normal course of business. It's the natural course. There's not really much people can do about that. The societal existence is the comfort, convenience of the fear that we live in of that kind of thing.
To the Bible, like scary identical to the Bible. And then you look at, like, I've been looking into history, and like the first king in India, or what was it called back then? Something Stan, Hindustan. If you look at the
And I will say that today, however, in these modern times, there seems to be this bravado about it, that society is so large now that we can't be destroyed. Funny shit.
first emperor of Hindustan, it was Emperor Maya, Buddha's mom. Her name was Maya. So where do you get all these Mayas? Well, I would say if you just go across the ocean a little bit, you come across an interesting group of people that did a lot of exploring in their canoe-like boots.
Well, and there's always, you hear the theories about the Egypt being here in the Americas instead. So if they say that's the origins, then maybe it started here and
moved
that way.
Well, Thoth came from, yeah, right. Thoth came from the Atlanteans, right? Yeah. Well, if you look at things like the Bimini Road in Florida as a whole, and you look at the archaeology, well, my biggest question has always been, why is the crest why is the Mediterranean supposedly supposed to be the heart and soul of the Moorish Empire, when the crest is backwards in the waters over there?
And here I'll note, just a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. So where were we? In regards to the military form, again, this is the Admiralty Maritime Law, and again, that goes to the construction of societies. The Admiralty Maritime Law is the law of nations, and it protects their trade through the naval, the sea voyaging, waterways, inlands, everything. It's how they transport or transfer the goods and products from nation to nation, area to area. This is the part of the communication with the rest of the world that transfers a wealth from one area to another. And if there's any kind of unequalness, it goes to the detriment of the other. And that's what the American population is brought up on. It's a discord of inequalities that we fight a lifetime trying to grasp as if though we have rights. We don't really have so much rights as we have responsibilities. And it's in giving up those responsibilities to authorities in societies that are supposed to take over for those kinds of responsibilities. We negate the actual responsibility will never be alleviated. Ultimately, we have the responsibility of moms and dads of educating our children. So when we send them off to a public education system and we find out generations later that we're all being dumbed down, when do we stop sending the children to these public education systems? When do we take that responsibility for what it is and really embed ourselves in it? Honestly, I think that's the only way this shit's going to change. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And if you're not going to be a priest under me, then I have to deny you. And therefore, if you're not going to pass the message of my priest unto your children, then I must deny your children. How long are we going to destroy ourselves and our children and their children?
And there's no star. But
Yep.
you come over to the American coast and look at the Gulf of Mexico, where all the buildings.
So ultimately, it's the armorial bearing. I wanted to end on that. The armorial bearing, these flags and everything, the law of nations, and they have to present their flag. It's the armorial bearing. And this is the military force used to affect the trade against people that would rather steal than to come with clean hands. So again, it's embedded in equity, but it has to maintain a military force as a matter of protection for those provisions, those goods and products. In order for one nation to provide those goods and products to another nation, they both must have equal benefit, and they both must come to agreement to be able to use equal force, military force, to defend against the taking unlawfully of their agreement. Everything is contract. Even you on the lowest level, everything is contract. It's admiralty maritime law. You must be able to stand up for yourself. You must be in agreement with that with yourself. You must have the honor to stand in that, despite not having anybody else there to help you. You don't need a military to have military force. Understand the term. Armorial bearing. That's your second right to bear arms.
Are of Moorish architecture. You have a star. It's right there at Cuba. Cuba the star.
And they do the same thing with the swastika.
Yep. Flip it over, turn it backwards, and it means something all brand new.
Yep. All right. Well, folks, we're an hour and 15 minutes into it. I want to thank our brother Nubs for joining me on the panel. We'll get into some more reading again tomorrow. Like I said, I'm going to come in middle afternoon probably and do a review of turning guns into doorknobs, the story of Gary Davis and his expatriatism, where he walked into the UN and said he'd had enough. And that's basically the premise here. We have to learn how to tell people that, listen, we're not going to let you be our slave masters. You know, we're not going to listen to your indoctrination. We are educators, and we have the right to freely express ourselves, and everybody else has a right to know. And that's a simple message. That's why it's important, like I said at the earlier beginning of this video, the copyright and disclaimer is to let people know that you don't know what the truth is, but you're getting as close as you can be. Here's your sources. Please come discuss it with us. We're not here to argue. We're here to bring a greater truth. That's all. So again, thanks for joining me.
So yeah, there's that. And that was the first video I did, and we can go on to the second to part 2, or we can go ahead and hit that guns to doorknobs. Let me see if it's still up here. Oh, I'm gonna have to go down a bit. So let me know in chat if you want to go on with part 2, or if you want to watch the guns with doorknobs. That's the one with Gary Davis, who walked into the UN while they were in session and expatriated from the USA. It was after the Second World War, and he was not the first one to do it. There were others that did it before him, a couple others, and he followed along the boot trails. But he walked specifically into the UN in middle of session and gave him his voice. And though he did get away with it, it proves the point that there are many people like Jesus Christ that can shut off governments and walk the path with no leader, no authority, just the God beside him, that omnipresent in this Christian world. 3 Abrahamic religions, for the most part, that present itself as a placement by God himself. clarifying that the scriptures are the words of God. No, I can't say that they're the words of God because they were written by men. If they were words of God, I would probably hear them myself. So the God that this Christian society presents in personification, while their verses read that he is no respecter of persons, I think they've misunderstood the Christian verses for what they are. They continue to personify him as God, despite the fact that it says, I am. And it's amazing sometimes. Where is it? Be darned. I will tell you what, folks, I'll go ahead and get this next video going and look for that guns to doorknobs. Yeah, this tab.
Okay, greetings everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Want to make sure to remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. If you're on Heckle.Bus, get over to El Perro and do the same. And if you're on El Perro, get over to Heckle.Bus. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button to help the algorithms. And there are PayPal links down in the details section for anybody that wants to share some love. It's always appreciated. Every little bit counts. And we're going to talk again tonight on the Hitler's will.
Yes, please hit the PayPal link and help a brother out. All love is appreciated. Going through this wrongful constructive eviction here, still trying to get some kind of results out of it. And it's caused us a little bit of hardship here, running short. So all is appreciated if you could hit that PayPal and share some love.
Executioner. I'm going to do a little bit of reading, but I want to get started with a couple things. I was involved with some chats earlier, and a point came up that is something I've iterated before, and I'm going to keep saying it. It's another one of the things I'm going to keep impressing upon people is that when you come out of high school, please do not stop your education there. Continue on and learn the broader sense of what life is all about, because what they taught you in school is just to remember certain things that they want you to remember. It's an enforcement into the indoctrination to get you to do things voluntarily that you wouldn't otherwise actually do. And it comes down to a point where in this conversation, a fellow said that there comes a time in everybody's life where they just don't care. They just don't care. And I think that's when most people turn about 18 years old and graduate from high school, they think the cares in the world are already over because now they've got the education to go forth in this world and conquer it. And that's a false premise. So going out in that world, into the world like that, is something I did when I was 18. I gave no fucks. And I've come to realize that most of my life was generated on that concept, at least 33 years of it as a young adult. And then I had to wake up. And so, and that leads to the second part. As we talk about this monetary system and the paperwork versus the materialistic realm, going through some articles, trying to consolidate things here around the home. And we ran across this. Let's see if I can get that up there. South Dakota Penitentiary. And in the middle there, it's got a propeller from an airplane. Now, I don't know if I can read the rest of it, but there's something else written on it. But on the back, there's absolutely nothing.
It's just a one-sided contract because you've already signed yourself away. And now everything's one-sided. You're behind bars. You ain't got no say in nothing unless you can say the right thing. So this is a time where you must, it is imperative to learn the concept of coining your words or pursing your lips. Sometimes you just gotta shut the fuck up. And I'm telling you what, it truly is the quiet guy in the corner that's the most dangerous. Just saying.
Literally, it's a one-sided coin that you get in penitentiaries. To go to the commissary, when people put money on your books, they have to convert it to a material form so you can use it. Because in that penitentiary, your signature is no good. They already got the signature they need. And until you learn how to write yourself out of the contract, your signature will be no good. You'll have to use the material coin of the realm because you don't know how to coin your words. So basically, what we're looking at is in relation to Hitler's willing executioners. We're already looking at a system that's trying to indoctrinate you into that that world that you can't coin your words, and it's done through the language. It's getting so far subverted from the original word that you think you know the original word in and amongst all those words that are actually contracts. Those words that you're looking at, many of them are contracted together. They're called contractions, just like D.O.N. apostrophe T. That's a contracted word, and it makes a term. Same thing with knowledge, behave, insane, things like that. So you have to get down to the roots of the words to find the origins so you can coin your words. That way you can get rid of all the excess. Add not unto nor take away from the word, lest ye be found a liar. And this is an important term or thing to realize. If you're going to go forth in life, you need to care about your own word, because a man is bound by his word. And if you think at any point in time that you have no care in the world and that you have enough knowledge that you've remembered through the public education system, that's going to help you in those contracts, you've been deceived. You have most certainly been deceived. So let's take a look at this as we do a little more reading here from Hitler's willing executioners. And as I said before, the copyright notice is in the first video that I did last night, and that stands for all parts here and after. This is part 1, I believe I titled it. Part 2, because the last night was introductory part 1. So now we're going to get into a little bit of reading here, continued from last night. And I'm not going to read that, like I said, I'm not going to read the whole book, but for the first starting videos, I want to do some comprehensive reading in the first pages here of reconceiving central aspects of the Holocaust, because the way that the historical record purports it has certain material facts, but there are other supplemental facts to it. Like I mentioned yesterday, the Nazis and their party and political regimes of Germany used these tactics, but they got them from a different source. So when we look at that other source, we find out where those tactics came from, and we find out they came from another source. And they just keep sourcing back to a prior time of certain events with certain dates and characters. Today, it's the same play, just a different place, different time, with different characters. But we're all still playing the same part. We're willing to execute another being on the command of another man. And again, the scriptures tell us to trust no man. We're supposed to put our trust in the Lord. We're not supposed to shake another man's hand. See, if we're bound by our words, and then we can join those words in Babel and shake another, then we're contracting in Babel. So if we truly speak the word and coin our words, we don't need a signature. We don't need the paperwork. So let's continue on from.
That's imperative to understand, folks. See, I go around, they want to demand those papers. So I'll show you. I've got my wallet right here. And we're going to show you something. The one thing I carry in my wallet. So when they want to demand papers, I can show them comically, in humor, satire, making fun of my government's demand, because they ain't my government. I govern my own mentality. So when they want to ask for the information through identification, again, like I said earlier, I give them the identifying information and who has it. Who has the authority to give out that identifying information, such as the birth date? Well, wouldn't that be the guy that holds that record? The Secretary of State, the Bureau of Vital Statistics, Secretary of Commerce. You should go talk to one of them. But I hear I was born around August 20th, 1966. Now, if he says I gave him a birth date of August 20th, 1966, that would be hearsay. The birth date alone is hearsay. And that's why I said I hear I was born around August 20th, 1966. I gave him the day I figure I was born because that's what was told to me. Now, it may be relative and seemingly identical in your records, but that is a birth date, not the day I was born. And if you understand birth, you would understand baby as well when I relate it to Babylon, just like the spell of illness and those statistics. You know what I see when I see the word statistic? Statist, I see. Are we in a police state? Get with it, people.
Last night. And it says, during the Holocaust, Germans extinguished the lives of 6 million Jews, and had Germany not been defeated, would have annihilated millions more. Now, the difference here is that there have been other annihilations throughout time. And again, similar tactics, varying different degrees, different characters, but it's just a repetition of the same thing of another man taking authority over another man's life. And that doesn't extend just from Hitler, because anybody that takes the offer of another man, that he's giving them the authority to take the life of another man, he's taking that authority as if though he has all authority to do so himself. And that's just blasphemy against yourself. The Holocaust was also the defining feature of German politics and political culture during the Nazi period. The most shocking event of the...
Again, that's in my opinion when I say that's against yourself, because I see myself as a good man. And I think most people, as some have heard me say, that even people in the police department are good people. They go into that job wanting to be heroes, but it's like throwing an apple, a good ripe apple, into a barrel of rotten apples. It doesn't last long. Shit starts rubbing off. Things start rotting. They become mushy. They don't stand in the honor anymore.
20th century, and most difficult event to understand in all of German history. It's not so difficult to understand if you go back through the different histories and see how it's just a repetition. And that's the problem. People don't want to do that. They don't want to do their due diligence to look back before that. They want to think of it as the most profound event in the 20th century, and then that isolates it from all other events throughout history. And we can't do that. We've got to learn how to correlate the events throughout time as having the similar things that effectuate them and cause them, and realize that it's all us. Because of our need for this knowledge and statistics to keep track of it, we're part of the experiment, and we volunteer to do so because we're the ones listening to the news reporting all those stats and then questioning whether there's 89 dead in Hawaii or 112 or what the count is. Do you live in Hawaii?
Statist, I see. Statist, I see.
Then why are you worrying about fake statistics? Get to the real facts. And that is learning how to express the truth yourself. Quit listening to the lies. Realize the real lies with your real eyes. You have to start learning how to observe for yourself, and just quit taking everything that everybody else is giving you and feeding you in these media as true. Quit believing it. That has no foundation. The Germans' persecution of the Jews, culminating in the Holocaust, is thus the central feature of Germany during the Nazi period. Again, They're qualifying a period rather than the event, and sticking to a subject of events that we all commit throughout the annals of time, from the very beginning of time. It is so not because we are retrospectively shocked by the most shocking event in the century, but because of what it meant to Germans at the time, and why so many of them contributed to it.
And why so many of them contributed to it. It was the favoritism. They were God's chosen. That's what Hitler put out. And man, that sounded so good. Made it easy. Well, of course I'm one of them. I'm one of the God's chosen. I'm the best. That favoritism, that popularity contest. No humility whatsoever, though. No faith. Just pride, ego, greed, gluttony, lies.
See, in today's modern age, you're doing the same thing. You're contributing to your own indoctrination. You're contributing to your own slavery. You're contributing to your next generation's slavery by sending them to the public education system, thinking that that's going to teach them anything. It doesn't do anything but to help them learn how to remember things. And the things that they're having you remember are statistics. Nothing more. They have nothing to do with the actual real events in your life. They don't teach about civics. They don't teach about banking. They don't teach about the legal profession and the legal language. They teach you the English language, which is a literal piece of work of adoptions of multiple other languages, and teach you to remember it so that when you get old, you think you understand it. You can't possibly understand English unless you go to the roots and start learning how to understand the previous languages that it was constructed from. The same with every other history book. That's why it's important to give those copyright notices and the source copyright material. It marked their departure from the community of civilized peoples. This departure needs to be explained. See, at the current time, you're departing from civilized people because you refuse to act like a civilized people. You keep going out into the streets and protesting and lighting other people's things on fire and blowing things up and breaking their shit and stealing their stuff. Is that civilized? If you want your things back, do you go get it from somebody else? Do you go start stealing like they want you to so they can lock you up? See, you
have a large portion and a growing movement of people going off grid, separating themselves to a certain extent and being civilized about it. This is the future. These are the kind of people that are going to be able to come together after the next apocalypse, after the next bottleneck, after the next genocide. It's the people that have the knowledge to go back to their nature and coexist with abundance, in prosperity, by being able to replenish, by being able to steward the land, by being able to redeem the land in their possession, by their use.
been distracted. You've been indoctrinated. You really need to come out of it. Explaining the Holocaust in the central intellectual problem for understanding is the central intellectual problem for understanding Germany during the Nazi period. All other problems combined are comparatively simple. How the Nazis came to power, how they suppressed the left, how they revived the economy, how the state was structured and functioned, how they made and waged war are all more or less ordinary, normal events of any polity. That's
normal, ordinary events of any polity, of any military. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Many militaries have been following that, particularly in these modern times. They see the sense in making your enemy think you're weak when you're strong. Make your enemy think you're strong when you're weak. They understand the defense and offense of lying.
what a polity does. They go through those things to make sure that it's going to be beneficial for them. No polity goes to war without knowing that in advance that it's most likely going to be beneficial to them. But the Holocaust and the change in sensibilities that it involves.
And think about that. Why would America get involved in all these external wars unless it was going to be a benefit to them. Why would they send off their young American men and women nowadays off to fight these atrocious wars in foreign lands if it's not going to benefit them? How many homeless veterans do we have from those foreign wars? How many people are going to stand up like Gary Davis and walk into the UN, interrupt the session, and throw off their patriot coat of arms, that armorial bearing, go back to their true nature and the armorial bearing they have there, the truth? How many statists I see? Go check it out. Look up the statistics. All I know is it's way too fucking many.
Oh, defies explanation. So let me talk about Henry Ford during the World War II that supplied, yes, military equipment to Germany. How about the Americans that helped fund the war in Europe by using German banks? Do you think it was laundering money? I don't know. I can't say. But I know from the historical material facts that people aren't looking into, they get deceived and think that there's a Holocaust. Let me ask you, and I don't want to be serious and I don't want to be funny. I want you to take it for what it is. I want to ask a serious question. What is the Holocaust? About a gram? Hologram.
So I may be making light of it, but understand, folks, Holocaust is just a recent modern term. No matter what you call it, the same events, the same atrocities have happened repeatedly over time. Again, just a different time, different place, different people. It repeats no matter what you want to call it.
See, what's been presented to you is only a portion of what's there. It's just like a hologram. It's not materialistic. It's a vision. Nothing more. And what's it going to cost you? Are you going to believe in the vision? Is it your vision? Is it a statistical vision driven by numbers? Or is it a materialist vision driven by spirit in prosperity and abundance? One that can observe that when something needs to be put on the table, they can put it on the table and they clean the mess up when they're done and still be prosperous in the world, even though they consume. That means you have to put out more than what you take in. How do you do that? Do you do it by placating to a fictional system that's taking everything it can from you and then cry about it? Or do you learn how to stand up in your natural state and start learning how to observe the real world instead of everything put before you to remember in these books? See, I really don't want to read this book. I've already read it. I want you to read it. I want you to read other material. I want you to learn where all of this shit comes from so you can learn how it plays such a big role in your life. This is what you've been indoctrinated by.
And so, yeah, I want to repeat again, folks. Do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. For crying out loud, do not believe your mother. Do your research so you know. See, I have this great right to express myself. But the greater right, again, is the exponential right of the listener's right to know. Your right to know. Now that you have that right to know, and you know you have that right to know, I hope you express that right to know by doing your research.
And I urge you to learn how to go back and relearn how to read. Because they didn't teach you how to read. They taught you how to spell. There is no comparable event in the 20th century. Indeed, the modern European history, whatever the remaining debates, every other major event of 19th and 20th century Germany history and political developments is, in comparison to the Holocaust, transparently clear in its genesis. Explaining how the Holocaust happened is a daunting task, empirically and even more so theoretically. So much so, some have argued, in my view erroneously, that it is inexplicable.
Greetings, Rocky.
And I'm telling you, it is explicable.
Rocky says, I believe in Jesus and his word. Absolutely. The light, the truth, and the way, brother.
You can explain to yourself why you're doing what you're doing. And that's what you need to start doing, I think. You need to learn how to explain to yourself, why is it I'm sending my children to somebody else with totally different political views, totally different medical views, totally different spiritual views, totally different manual views, totally different educational views, totally different economical views, totally different popularity views. Why are we doing this? Do we want our children to learn those things? Or do we want to teach our children how to be spiritual beings and observe those things for what they truly are?
When is it we are going to recognize this societal conditioning? When is it we're going to recognize it, contemplate it for what it is, and actually come up with something that would be effective in helping that next generation? When is it going to be that we realize that the only way we are going to be able to be effective for that next generation is by taking that responsibility back for educating them? This education system teaches them to remember what's already been reiterated over and over and over again. It's telling them, it's teaching them to babble. When is it you're going to take them out of that Babylon, where they will no longer be babies and must grow as men and women, learning how to be independent as men and women before that unification as man and wife? Wedlock. When is it you're going to honor that first and take that responsibility for what it is, so that you can encompass the rest of the responsibilities that come with bearing those children, such as education, philosophy, ideology, theology, identity?
The theoretical difficulty is shown by its utterly new nature, by the inability of social theory, or what has passed for common sense, preceding it to provide a hint not only that it would happen, but also that it was even possible. See, this is where, again, I reiterate, this stuff happens repeatedly throughout history. And so it is explainable. And you can learn how to explain yourself out of it, because you don't want to keep repeating history that keeps proving the downfall of societies.
Yeah, I recently went into the courthouse and spoke to the clerk, the head clerk. I demanded to speak to the head clerk from now on. And I looked at her and I said, listen, I just freshly shaved. Before that, I was growing a goatee. You can go back and look in my videos. You can see where I, all of a sudden, one day I had a goatee. The next day I had a nice shaved mustache. And I walked up to that counter. I demanded to speak to the head clerk. She come up. I said, listen, ma'am, I'm not going to shave this off until I see you people acting like Americans in this building. A couple big sheriff's deputies just 30 feet away listening to me. Said, because in America, I don't believe we allow Hitler's willing executioners in our fucking buildings. And then I turned and walked away. And as I went out, I had to go by those two sheriff's deputies. And I looked at them and said, I hope you boys understand that too. See, I don't mince my words. I make them very simple. And the message is very clear. Doesn't take a bunch of words, doesn't take a bunch of fancy words, nothing. Just concise English with strong reminders. Again, I speak of Nuremberg 2.0. One of these days, that might be the very apocalypse. As bad as it's getting today, it might be the people wiping out all of these other people they assume they have authority from or get authority from. Is that going to stop? It's a heinous idea, and I don't pose it. I don't want it. But in the nature of things, I can certainly see a possibility. And that's why I ask, when? When are we going to take that responsibility back and use it in honor instead of in fear and emotion? That id, instincts and intuition. When are we going to start using reason and logic to prevent that kind of thing? In the midst of it? After it's already happened? Repeatedly? Or do we, in these modern times, have the opportunity before us with all of these libraries that we speak of, all this material out there, all the information, even if it is fake news media? We know what's going on. Why hide? Because somebody else's shadow is darker and you can hide behind that? I urge you to take the mask off and stand in that light. Otherwise, you're just a coward, willing to stand back and watch police put their boot on your children's neck and execute them while you stand back and cry about it.
Not one society has stood throughout the entire history of mankind. Why? Because not one of them wants to stand on the truth. And I don't know if that'll ever happen. But I do know through my own experience, I stand with my truth and I don't let anybody dissuade me from it. Retrospective theory has not done much better, shedding, but
Absolutely, Rocky. Absolutely. Like I just said, I don't let anybody sway me from it. It's better to walk alone than with a crowd going in the wrong direction. Order following from the wrong authority is bad. Follow God, not men. Thanks, Rocky.
this light in the darkness. And this is why I say you have to go back through.
And when we speak of God, try to replace it with the great I am.
History, annals of history and research, and see how those events repeat themselves. They're just, again, done at different times for different reasons and staged in different places by different characters. The overall objective of this book is to explain why the Holocaust occurred, to explain how it could occur. The success of this enterprise depends upon a number of subsidiary tasks, which consist fundamentally of reconceiving three subjects: the perpetrators of the Holocaust, German.
And like I said, as it goes through and explains these things about this book that it's going to speak on in this book, it also, like I read earlier, gives the sources from where it gets information leading up to his determinations in this book. So he's going to show the prior events, like the Bolshevik regime that instituted these things, as well as others that implemented many things. And this is why I say, Americans, right here on American soil, I see Hitler's willing executioners. I see fluoride in the water. When I learned that at 10 years of age that they were putting fluoride in our water, I quit drinking tap water. I wasn't no dummy then. Why is it everybody still drinks that tap water and is okay with it? What do you learn from Michigan? Remember what they did to the people in Michigan? That's not going to be over for decades. That's causing all kinds of insane medical, biological mutations and bullshit. When are we going to stop?
Anti-Semitism and the nature of German society during the Nazi period. Now, the nature of the German society is according to the inherent principles of the people and the hearts, the things they hold in their hearts. And at that time, I can only imagine it was very weak, because they were willing to listen to one man. All of them. One man. German anti-Semitism was the basics of this. And I'm sure that many of them had nothing against the Jews, until the perpetrators of the Holocaust, the ones that wanted control, put the story out that the Jews were the downfall of society. Again, I urge you to realize that your own.
Yeah, Rocky, that's one of the main proponents I want to push when I do this Short Bus Podcast TV and this off-grid lifestyle that I mentioned here not too long ago. The actual water coming through the bedrock and limestones and underground aquifers That's your filtered natural water that's going to have a lot of the good earth nutrients that are within that localized biozones and stuff, the ecosystems and everything. It's like your trees and plants that are taking nutrients from the soil. It's all a big filter system, and we can get all the nutrients we need locally by ourselves. Even if we're a societal organization that's stationary, we can get all of our nutrients locally. However, we're more enhanced as individual beings in our natural form if we're transient and we get accustomed to a variety of nutrients from different regions as we sojourn north and south, or even east and west, depending on, where you're at and what you're doing. So it's a matter of a multi-varied diet with the physical input maintaining a natural footprint as we go along the riverbeds and lake shores and everything, and live along them, because that's our natural sustenance is water. So when we become stationary, one of the main proponents in being stationary is we have to make sure we can bring water to us, and it must be clean, filtered water. We have to stop dealing with the societal water that needs to chemicalize everything and denutrify it. Bullshit. Same thing with, the agriculture. We can be much more agriculturally fit if we don't have these large agricultural farms. If each one of us has a small area, homesteading with our small garden areas, sustaining what we need year round with our root cellars and this and that, I guarantee you the barter and trade that we would need to do would be very minimal, because we would in fact be stationary and dependent on our own bounded areas. We wouldn't need to go outside of it much. Again, that's where your local power, or where your power is, your authority is in your locality.
Actions that are the downfall of society. And you need to quit blaming it on Jews, blacks, whites, Mexicans, Italians, whoever you're blaming it on. You need to quit blaming. Period. I want to take a real quick moment to thank everybody for joining me. Norm Longstaff, Cara, Channel 3, Angry Rooster, Austin Murphy, Jen, always good to see you. We've got, let's see here, producer Moose is here, Citizen Science Oral Health Project. Good to see you, Ethan. And there's The Great Delusion. Be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe button. And if you're on Heckle-Bus, get over to El Perro, do the same. If you're on El Perro, get over to Heckle-Bus, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Get this information out. Get this message out. This is what I'm bringing to the table. And if you have anything that you disagree with it, the panel link is down there so you can join the panel, come up and discuss it. I'm always open-minded, and I'm willing to take in further research and concepts and theories. It's open for discussion, it's commentary and opinions. And that's all we need to come to a greater truth, is more voices speaking up.
This is a replay, Rocky. I still have my mustache, but this was from August 28th, just a little over 2.5 years ago. And I cut my hair and shaved everything. This was shortly after I was able to get off the couch from lung cancer and stuff.
What's in their mind and what's in their heart. Because today, there's something terribly wrong with the hearts and minds of men, as I can see it. Most men have a terrible problem, both in their heart and their mind. So I'll be back again tomorrow night with some more reading. Like I said, I'm going to do a little bit of reading out of this first section, but then I got some highlights that I'm going to bring forth throughout the rest of it. So I think tonight, and then I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to be here tomorrow night. I got something else going on tomorrow night. So the next one will be Monday night, 8 p.m. Sorry I was late tonight, but again, we'll be hitting.
So yeah, there's that one. And I haven't been able to find that guns to doorknobs yet. So we're going to go ahead and play the next one. And in the meantime, folks, just want to give you a quick reminder.
Up, slaves, and hit those buttons, or I'll send ice.
Just a second while I get the next one rounded up. Tab. And I will again keep looking.
Okay,
Ooh,
greetings,
yeah.
everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life.
Yeah, but Rocky, is it a short mustache like mine? I mean, we got to get on board here, brother. I've seen people, including Alex Jones, wear a short mustache, but they only wear it for one day. Landry wore a short mustache. Who else wore a short mustache here recently? Somebody wore a short mustache. Damn, who was it? But yeah, there have been a few people. They like to wear a short mustache, but they only wear it one day on the internet. It's not like they really go out in the world and wear it. You know, Alex Jones, it was a shaving accident. You know, just saying.
Check on my channels here, make sure everything's up and good. And as always, hit that share, like, and subscribe button. If you're on Heckle.Bus, get over to El Perro. If you're on El Perro, get over to Keith Little. If you're on Keith Little, get over to Heckle.Bus. We're running all 3 channels now. Please hit those like, share, and subscribe buttons. There's a StreamYard link for anybody that wants to come up and join the panel for discussion. And there's PayPal links down in the details section for anybody that would care to share some love. Every little bit counts. And let's get started. As we've been talking about the Hitler's willing executioners, a reading by Jonah Goldhagen, and the views put forth as I interpret them is that the system and the way it works, the public education, indoctrination, the propaganda, the commercialism, the popularity contest, the political party, all this stuff intertwines together as a series of conveniences and pathways to those conveniences. And this is what's really causing us problems. We are part of the problem. We don't realize it. And actually, we're a large part of that problem. See, it's the evil deeds that these other men do is only because we're allowing them. If we're truly the good people that want to put a stop to it, then the only way we can put a stop to it is by standing up. And the only way we can stand up is with confidence and knowledge. So again, that true benefit is knowledge. So we're going to go over some more reading here tonight out of this book from the first portion. And like I said, I might do a little more reading tomorrow night. Depends on how far we get through tonight. But then Wednesday night or so, we're going to be kind of skimming through it. And I'm just going to give you some highlighted points that I've come to in the book. So let's get back to it. Find my place here. Forgot to mark it. Remember to mark your spot, folks. Okay. So we discussed about the focus here was the German perpetrators. And like I said, the perpetrators are truly ourselves. We're the ones that are requiring of the supply and demand chain for those conveniences. If we didn't depend upon those conveniences and learn how to be responsible and take care of our own plenipotentiary
The plenipotentiary powers, the off-grid living stuff is what I'm talking about. The taking back the responsibility of educating our children, homeschooling them, teaching them how to live off the land in their true nature, as well as being able to take up the arithmetic, reading, writing, and all that for a higher education. But most certainly the basic traditional of life as a natural creature, rather than the commercialized personification in a public record system that's going to do nothing but put bad light on you, you know, that shadow. And again, I see a lot of people living their life behind a mask. I think it's very honorable to live with reality. So yeah, hit that link and come on up and share that mustache there, then Rocky. I'd love to see it, brother. Anyway, so getting back to it, you know, it's taking back that responsibility in our true nature, which is the off-grid lifestyle, and learning and having the knowledge on a micro scale of the macrocosm of technology, being able to use our devices in small, innovative means, whether it be solar panels or a trickling creek that goes through the property, and we have a little water mill type generator or something. You know, all kinds of ways to go back to our true nature and take on those little minor responsibilities that everybody thinks are so huge. It's a matter of putting in a little bit of manual labor and stop being so fucking lazy. Why do you think most of the population here today is a fucking obese obliteration of that fucking physique?
Well, I know potentiary powers, and then we wouldn't need bankers and lawyers and all that. We'd be taking care of that stuff, of those private affairs accordingly. So the first task in restoring the perpetrators to the center of our understanding of the Holocaust is to restore them their identities. Grammatically, by using not the passive, but the active voice in order to ensure that they, the actors, are not absent from their own deeds.
See, this is that thing I was talking about earlier, you know, taking back the responsibility of the identification, the id, the instincts and intuition. It's called an instinctual drive. And it's the id entity that we need to incorporate in our nature to be calm and peaceful, whereas it's the logic and reason that we need to use in that practice to help prevent those things that would harm us. And we've taken that the warring faction so far because of the societal living that the world is pretty much dependent upon it today. And that's, again, I see that as a possibility for that bottlenecking of human population. It could be its very downfall. That's why I warn about these technologies on the macrocosm like that, and being able to institute them in our own use on a micro level.
So this is implying that the record known as history is a list of actors, and they've been displaced as true beings because in that story told, they're nothing but actors. But we have to be able to put them with their true actions, which is the man that manifests those actions. As in 500 Jews were killed in City X.
Greetings, Rocky. How you doing today, brother?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, look at that short mustache. It's not as short as mine, though, brother. You got to shorten that up a little bit more. A little bit more. Oops. What do we do here? Yeah, see, it damn near goes all the way across your lips. See, yeah, shorten it up just a little bit more. See, mine, I got a little shade going on, but mine's, you know, within my two nostrils, inside the. So if you just go to the outer, the inside lip of your nostril. Yeah. Wouldn't take much. But amen. Yeah. Remind these people. I like to call them bitch ass slaves sometimes, but it's Hitler's willing executioners, people. You're the ones doing it. You're the ones willing to vote these leaders in and say they have the responsibility to take care of you while you try to live a world of comforts and conveniences in fear. Because you're fearing the responsibility. You fear the responsibility of taking on that manual labor of propagating the land. You fear the responsibility of the intellectual mindset that it takes to educate your own children. That's your own fault. What do you think, Rocky?
Yeah, I I homeschooled my children. I live off grid. I moved off grid about almost 30 years. As the Bible said, to separate. It said that do not be a part of this world. So I tried to get away from as much. You can't really get. You got to live in it, but try not to be a part of it.
You got to deal with it, but you don't have to be in it. And that's
I haven't voted for. I've never voted.
Yeah, and I mentioned that earlier, the separating, you know, and that's why I mentioned the off-grid lifestyle. So I'm glad you came up because living off-grid doesn't mean that you don't have to deal with the grid. When you need to go to and fro here and there, you still have to deal with people that are involved in the grid. So you have to deal with that language, the grammar. You have to deal with comprehension on your side, their side. Like I said, I can explain things to you, but I cannot comprehend it for you. you may have a different understanding. So
I have let me see here. I'm supposed to I have no bills. I have no water bill, no electric bill, no garbage bill, no sewer bill, no bills. And the only bill I have is the rent on my property that I have to pay once a year, property tax. And because I'm a vet with disability, I'm going to my courthouse to have it. That for some, I guess disabled vets don't have to pay property tax, or they reduce
yeah,
it or something. Try
yeah,
to get it. So,
it goes back to the thing where if you served time in that war, that military, and came back home, there was a time they gave you 40 acres, right? And this is, it's like that. You can have your property and they can't tax you. That's an
I think,
offset.
yeah, I
I'll look,
think that
look into it and see if I can help you with that if you need.
yeah, I'm going to do it Monday. I got everything I need, just my proof of income and stuff. But I think the U.S. Forest Service, they got it all blocked up. Nobody can. I think they should homestead that to people. Let people
Well,
homestead.
they do. You have to enter into a
But not a lot of people don't know about it. But you can homestead.
right.
But they
Right.
should give like 40 acres to anybody who will improve it.
Yeah,
And
it's called
they
the
get to keep
stewardship
it.
program. They've got a stewardship program. And as long as you're working with the National Forest Service in that stewardship program, you have that equal consideration. This is what I was talking about the contracts, folks. You've already got it set up that you're doing your highest. You're taking care of the land in your possession, which is a redemption. Whereas the commercial society living, they actually have to condemn the land of its natural use for commercial purposes.
You're breaking up.
That's why you're supposed to be paying that property tax, because that land is slated as commercial purposes. No, you enter into a stewardship and it's no longer commercial purposes. It's for stewardship of the land. It's for redemption of the land in your possession, just like the scripture says.
Oh, I can have it recategorized.
Yep, that natural conservation easement. We'll do some research together, Rocky, and
All right.
we'll keep it private because nobody needs to know where you're at. But depending upon where you're at, you might already be availed that. So look at it.
I'm trying to figure out how to get that allodial title or whatever.
Well, no, it's not. Again, it's not about. Well, understand the title system. If you have legal title, that's only for entry and control. If you have equity title, which there is no paperwork for, you have use and possession. And that's your right. That's that's what property is defined as, is the right of the use of the things in your possession for your benefit. Now, this goes along with the scripture again that says, go forth and multiply, be prosperous and abundant, replenish the earth. In other words, you have to build back what you use. This is the propagation of fruits and stuff, garden plants. This is why they cultivate in agriculture. But in our natural transient travels, as in nature, a natural being, we travel waterways and live around lake beds and stuff where these kinds of fruits and plants grow naturally, and we use them as our sustenance for our meat, as the scripture says, and the seeds we leave behind. Now, that's food and sustenance for other creatures, as well as those that bury themselves in the soil and sprout up the next season. It all goes to the use. Johnny Appleseed did not plant apple seeds to propagate the land with apples just because he liked apples. He liked apples because he could make moonshine. And as long as there was apple trees around, he could use the same recipe to make the same moonshine no matter where he went. So as a traveling man, he would plant apple seeds everywhere he went, so that when he went back to that place, he had already stewarded and provided apples that he was dependent upon, which he could get for free.
Yeah, there's a lot of apple trees around here that are just growing everywhere. And you can pick apples
Yeah.
from up.
So anyway, let's get back to the video, because we're still talking about, are we in a police state? Are we living amongst Hitler's willing executioners here today? Rocky, what do you think? What do you think?
Oh yeah, I think ever since the end of World War II, we've been under communism.
Slowly merging, isn't it? That's for damn sure.
On date Y. So it doesn't tell you the names of the victims or the people that killed them. They just tell you a number, where and where, or where and when. And by eschewing convenient, yet often inappropriate and obfuscating labels like Nazi and SS men. See, the Nazi is just a declination of something else that's a declination of something else that eventually ends up leading to the man who always has some kind of spiritual guidance, whether it be doing good works or that are which are heinously wrong.
Boy says, have you heard of Dr. John McDougall's START solution? I have not, but I will check it out. The seminar you can find on YouTube is very enlightening. Dr. John McDougall's START solution. Go check it out. It says, wanting to get a freeze dryer for potatoes and other foods. Yes, certain ways you can cook potatoes in regards to that starch comment. Absolutely.
And calling them what they were, German.
Turning those starches into sugars so you can make that good old liquor.
And again, as I just stated, it leads back to another declination that they weren't just
Or antiseptic, or fuel, or incense medium.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff.
Germans. They
Diesels used to run off. Diesels were made to run off sunflower seed oil.
Yep. Yeah.
You can, and if the shit hits the fan, you better have a mechanical engine without them electrical computer components, or if there's any kind of EMP, your vehicle won't work. And they're putting 5%. They're changing the ethanol to 15% instead of 10%, and that's going to destroy all the old engines. So they want to destroy all the old engines and make you buy one of those new cars that are run by them that can watch you and kill switches and shit. So you should get yourself an old car.
Yeah, I did a video here not too long ago on the Short Bus Podcast TV on the Amish and their
the Amish. Yeah.
their various different techniques of fuel and stuff. Blano Presley says, check out a fee simple absolute deed, providing absolute tenure and title to the center of the earth. No renting real estate in the legal heir. Correct. That is absolute tenure and title to the center of the earth. Tenure is a span of time, just like a spell is a span of time, as in a spell of illness. Just like term in terms and conditions of contract is a span of time. Term is the span of time. Tenure is absolute. The span of time is absolute. And title to the center of the earth, which is also absolute. So above, so below. So you also have all airspace above. No renting real estate in the legal heir. Correct. In regards to the fuel and moonshine and stuff, good stuff. Found out we have 6 times the amount of amylase enzyme that converts starch to glucose, and my health got a lot better. That's because we're dealing with our health, our gut health, which is the bacteria and stuff that breaks down the food. And when we have proper digestion, nutrients, it provides a fermentation process. Okay. And just like I mentioned with the alcohol, the potato alcohol, what they want to do is break down the starch into glucose, which is what the yeast feeds on and creates alcohol. Absolutely. And agreed, homesteading solutions need more capital to get caught up. Yes, his advocates, I've subbed to him. And that's why I say in reference to the equity, the absolute tenure is the proper language because you don't actually hold the title. It is a recorded title that is providing that natural easement, the stewardship agreements, all the contracts and everything that you're working as a like a memorandum of agreement with the U.S. National Forest Service. Go ahead, Rocky.
I've been researching how to get free energy, how they hid free energy from us, and there's different ways to, like, there's sand batteries where you can have a sand battery where during the day the sun heats up a bit sand, and then it's real interesting how you can make your own power and stuff. And they created the grid in order to sell you power when there used to be free energy. Like they used to have a spinning flywheel that you would spin during the day when the sun, you'd spin it with the sun power. And then they got magnetic bearings now to where that thing will spin at 9,000 miles an hour, 9,000 RPM. It takes, and then when the sun goes down, you turn it into a generator and you take the power back, and it just keeps spinning, and slowly, eventually it'll run for like over 24 hours, and then you charge it back up and it spins again. That's how they used to store a lot of energy and stuff. And then there's sand batteries, kinds of crap.
Well, yeah, light is the same thing as a sound frequency, which all has a magnetic resonance because it's moving particles around, both light and sound. It's actually moving particles around. That movement is what's causing that, like a piezoelectric static field. So anyway, back to
you on that. Okay.
And each and every one of those men individually has their own spiritual existence. The most appropriate, indeed, the only appropriate general proper name for the Germans who perpetrated the Holocaust is Germans. So again, when we see in the history books, it's still not going back to the original issue and giving the names of those men. And it's probably, because it's pretty much impossible. But again, that's just another separation from ourselves to the true facts and why history keeps repeating itself. They were Germans in the name of Germany and its highly popular leader, Adolf Hitler. Some were Nazis either by reason of Nazi Party membership or according to ideological conviction. Some
see the same thing with American politics and how people follow the presidency and the ideologies and this and that. It's the exact same thing. It's the same popularity contest. It's the same set of events, just a different place, different time, different people.
were not. Some were SS men, and some were not. The perpetrators killed and made their other genocidal contributions under the auspices of many institutions other than the SS, other than Nazis. And like I mentioned the other night, even Ford contributed to the war by manufacturing military equipment for the Germans. So again, we have our very own perpetrators here on this soil, in my belief and opinion. Their chief common denominator was that they were all Germans pursuing German national political goals. In this case, the genocidal killing of Jews. To be sure, it is sometimes appropriate to use institutional or occupational names or roles and the generic terms perpetrators or killers to describe the perpetrators. Yet this must be done only in the understood context that these men and women were Germans first, and SS men, policemen, or camp guards second.
Same thing with the American people. It's what I mentioned earlier about the police officers. men and women. They grow up wanting to be a police officer because they see it as a hero cape, a virtue. It's chivalrous, and they'll look good in the eyes of the public. But when they get there, they're the shining ripe apple, and they get tossed into this barrel of rotten. It's the
I don't
abuse of
know.
authority. It's the abuse of authority through that favoritism. Go ahead, Rocky.
Well, nationalism is a bona fide system of government created by God when He separated the the nations into at the Tower of Babel, and then they're trying to bring back internationalism, like the United Nations, and I think we were on the wrong side of the war in World War II because we were internationalists. The commies were Bolsheviks were internationalists, and in the the Australian painter, he just wanted to live in his own country, do whatever the fuck he wanted to, and trying to protect themselves from these people that were bringing degeneracy, and burn some porno books and shit, and then but we did it's like the banks like supported both sides of the war kind of because we did supply them with Ford trucks and Ford engines and stuff.
See, that's what I was pointing out. We've lost the American nationality. If you don't understand my rhetoric over the last 10 years about the U.S. citizen, the residency, and how you can't be a U.S. citizen, you can't be a resident unless certain things are triggered. And otherwise, it's all a presumption. And until you can break that presumption by knowing thyself and knowing the distinct differences, you're going to be caught up in the same indoctrination mechanism that's socially conditioned you already. And you're going to sit there in that social conditioning because you don't know anything else to do. Again, do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. For crying out loud, do not believe Rocky or your mother. Do your research so you know. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, what was I going to say? The 14th Amendment, where they made everybody a indentured slave. In the 14th Amendment, they didn't free the blacks in the Civil War. They just made everybody a slave.
Well, what they did was they created a national identity. This is why I speak about knowing thyself and the distinct differences. The 14th Amendment created a national identity as a dual citizen, extending the units known as states as united states.
Right.
And you are merely a unit in that identification system. Okay. Manaboya says, as an anarchist, I struggle with the concept of nationalism. The average man cannot handle his own affairs because he is immoral. So government becomes a necessary evil, quote unquote. I'm always wary of tyranny. I don't know that it becomes a necessary evil. It becomes, and there are things that shouldn't happen, but good men don't do anything about them.
Yeah.
So again, I'm going to profess that there were still men and women first before they were German men and women, German policemen, German SS men. A second and related task is to reveal something of the perpetrators' backgrounds. And this is why I say it's important to understand what you're doing in this world. We have bankers that don't understand banking. We have lawyers that don't understand lawyers. We have judges that don't understand judging. We have clerks that don't understand clerking. All kinds of stuff. And people are getting screwed left and right because they don't know how to conduct themselves. To convey the character and quality of their lives as genocidal killers, to bring to life their Lebenswelt.
Yes, I've mentioned that before. Manaboy says, true, I have adopted the word desist as a motto recently. All problems stem from continuing in error. And that's what I keep reiterating. I realize now there is nothing wrong in regards to the law and the legalities, with the exception that the record is in error. That's the only thing that needs to be corrected. period. Otherwise, everything is a matter of presumptions, beliefs, opinions. Even the case law, look at the case law. All they're doing is handing down opinions. It is not law. It's opinions.
Oh,
What
yeah.
exactly did they do when they were killing? What did they do during their time as members of institutions of killing while they
What'd you say, Rock?
I was agreeing. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
were not undertaking killing operations? So again, it's not just the SS men that were doing the killing. It's the good people that allowed it to be done because they had ideological ideas that were similar. And so they kind of bent that way. And once they started benting, they got broke. Until a great deal is known about the details of their actions and lives, neither they nor the perpetration of their crimes can be understood. The unearthing of the perpetrators' lives, the presentation of a thick, rather than the customary paper-thin, description of their actions, as important and necessary as it is for its own sake, lays the foundation for the main task of this book, consideration of them, namely to explain their actions. In other words, it's not just an economically driven system. It's not just a racially driven system. It's not just a politically driven system. It's not just an educational driven system. It's driven by all of those factors, and they're manipulative factors. Every last one.
Military at that. Again, it's a military. If you guys don't understand history, according to the way I see it, the Roman Empire did not fall. It changed to the German Empire. And the German Empire is that church state now. And it's a military church. Now America has become that military church with the backing of London and the Vatican.
So again, it's perpetrated on you because you don't know the manipulations and how to control them.
Mm-hmm.
It is my contention that this cannot be done. This is the author's view, of course. It is my contention that this cannot be done unless such an analysis is embedded in an understanding of German society before and during its Nazi period. So again, we're reading about the things that enhanced what Nazi Germany did during that time was something they got from extracultural activities elsewhere. And then they just adopted it and its means and employed it in their military tactics of war, particularly of the political culture that produced the perpetrators and their actions. This has been notably absent from attempts to explain the perpetrators' actions and has doomed these attempts to providing situational explanations. So again, I'm trying to explain this is a repetition in history. It's not a situational thing. It's a repetition in history where situations present themselves and then are molded into that situation because the people molding it want the control. And again, those are manipulation factors for said control. Has doomed these attempts, ones that focus almost exclusively on institutional and immediate social, psychological influences. This is the public education system. This is the medical society. You're giving birth to children in a hospital instead of doing it naturally so that their spirituality can develop. Instead, you're having natural birth in a hospital and the manual development begins. Often conceived of as irresistible pressures. The men and women who became the Holocaust perpetrators were shaped by and operated in a particular social and historical setting. So even the author's own words imply kind of the same thing that I'm implying, is that it's your own fault. The true perpetrators are the social engineers of what goes on by the supply and demand chains.
That social conditioning. Like I said, you're conditioned through comforts and convenience to provide for a demand in a supply chain. This is supply and demand of the commercial centers. So again, a statistical relative, because they are dependent upon the numbers of people that are willing to demand what they want to supply. And of course, people are always willing to put up with less. So in a day when we have Zebco reels that would last lifetimes, we have some Zebco reels that are lasting lifetimes, but the rest of the market has been converted cheap pieces of shit.
Socially demanding it through everything that you post. So when we see things like in today's modern time with Trump, you know, the poor guy's going through multiple indictments, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to be convicted. I'm pretty sure even if he is, he's still going to run for the 2024 presidency. You can be a criminal and still run for president. It's not dependent upon a criminal record. Look at that. Look at the Constitution. It's dependent upon residency. They brought with them prior elaborate conceptions of the world. Like again, as I said, they got these conceived ideas from previous people that committed heinous acts on their people and prisoners of war. Ones that were common to their society. The investigation of which is necessary for explaining their actions. This entails most fundamentally a re-examination of the character and development and I'm going to say not just anti-Semitism in Germany, but the history of the same aggressions throughout time. When one society believes they have the authority to control another. Anti-Semitism in Germany during its Nazi period and before, which in turn.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. Ronald Presley says Anna von Wrong wants you to trust in her about state nationalists not being just another U.S. citizen status, U.S. Code 821. See, and I don't care about any of that, because when you realize the know thyself is to identify thyself, you could prove every last one of those identifications as hearsay. I am what I say I am, and I'm not a noun. I'm a verb. I'm something in action, most closely expressed as a noun phrase, a living soul, as the scriptures point out. Genesis 2:7, God formed man of the dust of the ground, man being the noun, and when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, man, as a noun, became a living soul, a noun phrase, something in action, something in motion. It had motivation. It had the breath of life, the source. So yeah.
Yeah. What I do you think it's better? Like you can get a state national passport. You wouldn't like. I don't think you should even have to have a passport. But I mean, I don't know when they started with the passport shit. But now you got to have papers to do anything. I mean, we can't do nothing without paperwork. And they don't trust. Like if they say, "Who are you? Show me your ID." Why can't I just tell you who the fuck I am? I'll just tell you who the fuck I am. That's who I am. And they call you a liar or whatever. They don't. You got to prove who you are with paperwork. And it's but I like that. I watched Braveheart last night. That was pretty good. Freedom! I love that movie. It was bad.
Well, and see, that's the thing about Gary Davis, and that thing there with going to the UN and shedding all that off. He didn't have a passport, and so he did his travels by accepting invitations. He would communicate with people in various different countries, and invite himself, as a friend, to go learn their culture and their habits and lifestyles. And this is the epitome of the fair use when it comes to these education and commentary. That's what it's about. It's about that First Amendment, my freedom to express myself through my education and commentary to other people as their right to know. So another aspect is, rather than having no passport, what about all the actors and other people that have multiple passports in different names? Oh, goodness. So then what is that passport? It's about the record and the name. It's not about you. It's about that record, and that record has to be true and accurate. Are you who you say you are? Depends on when I want to be who I want to be. Think about it. Who's identifying you? If they identify you as second person, like I mentioned earlier, is that not hearsay?
Requires a theoretical reconsideration of the character of anti-Semitism itself, of hate itself. And so I want to remind people, the scriptures talk both about hate and love in such a degree that I profess that I love you, but I don't give a fuck whether you love me back, because I have to hate myself and even my own life if I'm going to follow Christ. And if you don't understand how you can love and hate at the same time, love thyself as thy neighbor, it's the fact that I hate myself so much that I'm not going to do anything to another man unless I
Sorry about that, Rocky. It told me I had to kick the other one in order to bring the new one up. I saw you back there. I tried to bring you up. There we are. There he is.
Okay. I think I hit the wrong button. But
All right.
have you seen this video, this short? this short right here. It's that short's about the passport. I think it's Charlie Chaplin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got it on my channel. That's Charlie Chaplin. I can't remember the movie it was in, but he's talking about Marxism, and a little boy is getting up on him about it and everything, and really giving him a lesson. And oh yeah, we're not gonna play it. We're not gonna play it because I won't get a
Okay.
copyright strike or anything. They'll claim me content ID. Oops, we got something in your audio here, brother.
My audio.
Yeah. Okay. Try that.
Okay.
Doing
How's
much
my audio?
better. Yeah, we're good.
What was it?
It was reverb in the background. Okay, so back to it. Hitler's willing executioners. Are we in a police state today, folks? Ask yourself,
Yeah.
are you a bitch ass slave? Are you one of Hitler's willing executioners? Are you one of the ones that feel you're favored in this world of comfort and convenience? That you can just shut off your responsibility and blame somebody else for dismissing your own responsibility in the first place?
Absolutely have to. And that is only to fend for my life. And I will put up my entire life up for that. I will not bow down on my knees for anybody. The men and women who became the Holocaust perpetrators were shaped by and operated in a particular social and historical setting. So the shaping is by the author agrees is by the historical readings that you're reading. The historical articles that you're reading is shaping your mind. Learn what
the propaganda that your nation puts out, even if it is fake news, is what's shaping your mind. This is why you have to discern what you're hearing and what you're seeing for yourself. I watched a video earlier, a stream earlier, and the issue on topic was that white man was disappearing. White man was being outnumbered. And the guy was showing virtual walking tours of various different communities around the world, major metropolises and stuff. And there weren't any black people. So he was negating the idea that white men were disappearing, that the white population was decreasing, because those communities show a strict majority, very clear majority of white people. So it goes to say, depends on where you're looking at, because I'm sure there are other communities well established as well, large communities that are clearly all colored. So these kind of bits and pieces of information that we get can't be taken in totality as the truth. We have to understand the mechanisms of balance that we see around the world. And many people will refuse to do that. They'll refuse to take that responsibility. They'll continue to keep listening to the fake news, the propaganda, the lies, and they'll continue to keep repeating those same lies. Stop it.
they're saying by being able to correlate this event with the previous event, with the previous event, with the previous, be able to see the repetition. It's only through that repetition of observances that are recorded in history that we're going to be able to ideologically come to our senses someday, I hope, and put a stop to this. The whole human race can't be insane.
It's like an addiction. It's like
or is it? Yeah.
Because like how do you get rid of an addiction? Like I'm trying to stop smoking, but you know who started the smoking industry and shit? You know, they got us addicted to smoking to make money off of us. They get us addicted to this and that shit. We're just like a battery. They're making money off of us. They steal our fucking labor.
And that should be one of the things that should motivate you, though, Rocky. That's one of the things that really pisses me off is the way
I do stand up for the truth. When I went to court, I brought my Bible. brought my Black's Law Dictionary and my English 1828 dictionary. And I said, you guys are all speaking a language I don't understand. I need an interpreter. And I just said, I am a minister of the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ. And there's an international law that you can't mess with, the minister of the gospel. So that they fucking left me alone.
You can't. Contract law. This is one of the things about common law marriages, folks. Contract law cannot destroy or even touch a covenant with God.
Yeah, they used to, you know, since when license is permission to do something that's illegal? Since when is it illegal to get married? So they used to record marriages in the back of your Bible, and that's it. You're married. I mean, you didn't need a license. You didn't need a license to do this, and so they got us paying for shit that it's all about money. They just want our fucking money. They want our labor, and they make us all slaves. And if you don't know who you are, you got to know who you are first. I'm a member. I'm the son of, I'm a child of God, and I'm a minister of the gospel. Don't fuck with me. When you fuck with me, you're fucking with God. So just leave me the fuck alone. And people got to learn to ignore the government sometimes. Stand up, tell them who you are. You can't fuck with me because I'm not a sovereign. I'm a steward. I'm a steward of this land. God made me the steward of this land. Leave me the fuck alone. This is my mountain. Go away. Fuck off.
And see,
you
folks,
come here and try to kill me, make me a martyr. If you want to make me a martyr, fucking go for it. They don't want me in jail because I'll spread the gospel, and they don't like the gospel. They hate Jesus. They're all in their little satanic club, and they think they're going to win. I don't know. They fucking, I don't know. The guys are idiots. They're basically stupid fuckers.
Well, see, folks, that's a man taking responsibility of the word himself instead of listening to a man at a pulpit preaching it every Sunday and depending on it being right and true. He's used his own discernment, put it into practice in life, and he stands in that honor. That's what we're talking about, standing in the honor of truth. No matter what scripture you use, and no matter what religion, the premise here is standing in honor of the truth. And the truth is, you don't have any authority over me. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be according to God. You and your society agree with that. Here's how. This is what it's doing. And I'm in agreement with your upper authorities, the National Forest Service, as a steward of this land, redeeming the land in all of my possession, as I'm told, as a stranger and sojourner with him in his lands. This is all supported through scripture, but just simply by sticking to the truths. Manaboy says Bernays is responsible for a lot of addiction in the modern age. That's what we're kind of talking against, though, Mana, is getting rid of the displacement of that responsibility upon others and taking that responsibility back ourselves. That's the only way you obtain your true, quote, right, is by managing that responsibility that you already have, by undertaking it and encompassing it as your authority. Okay?
Admit that most of them need to fucking grow up, though. They brought with them prior elaborate conceptions of the world, ones that were common to their society. Common to their society. You got to get over that, folks. Everybody's stepping into the convenience of doing what's common. The most common things: giving birth in a hospital and sending your kids off to a public education center. And those are the two biggest problems in your life.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, as natural beings, we don't need doctors to give birth. That's called bearing your young naturally. They're not babies. They're not infants. Again, part of your armorial bearing is the way you bear your young. It is natural, not legal, not commercial, not societal. It is in full faith of the true nature of your very being that is going to bring up that essence of two becoming one. Mommy and daddy, the two essences coming forth in procreation and creating another essence of life. What would be more important than that? Why would you not kick a motherfucker in the head when he puts his boot on your daughter's neck? When he starts punching her? What would stop you as moms and dads from protecting that child?
Studies of the Holocaust have been marred by a poor understanding and under-theorizing of anti-Semitism. And I'm going to say that, again, this seems to go in line with the fact that I think we need to take it back through time and see how it repeats itself, not just in relation to anti-Semitism, but every warring faction of one society rising up against another. It's the same thing. It's hate. Anti-Semitism is a broad, typically imprecisely used term, and that's because it's trying to delineate anti-Semitism to Jews. And I would, again, express that we need to broaden that throughout the entire history and see how it's similar in the one element of hate. A typically imprecisely used term encompassing a wide variety of phenomena. It wouldn't be such a phenomena if you would be able.
Now, one element of hate that I'm pointing out here is that we, throughout history, as different peoples and different cultures, have repetitively pointed the finger at somebody else for problems that exist in our culture and blame them and use that hatred against them to get our quote means, which isn't as a progressive stance of bringing in something better, but as a digressive stance of destroying something that we think bad.
Yeah.
To see it through time and correlate.
It's the epitome of that groupthink safe space thing that we see here on the Panelverse. It's amazing. It's a societal condition.
Hey, the same thing happening over and over again. And I'll be damned if it's not us causing it, if it's not us doing it.
I got to read this.
This naturally poses enormous obstacles for explaining the purpose.
Is that Rocky?
Have you heard of this book? It's of Sound Mind by
Curtis Kallenbach, yeah. Of Sound Mind by Curtis Kallenbach. Curtis Kallenbach's a great friend of mine. Who lives down here in Quad Cities, Iowa.
And this one.
Yep, first in time, yep. Talking all about the birth, the goat, and oh yeah. He's very knowledgeable. He's here on YouTube too, folks. You can go ahead and look him up. Matter of fact, let me go pull up his channel. We'll put his channel down in the chat as well. But Curtis Kallenbach, he's going to tell you all about the birth and what it is, and he's going to correlate it to scripture and timelines and symbology and everything. He's going to talk about the merchant laws and the birth date, everything that you can think of. He is a great component.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet, but I need to read it. But if he's got a YouTube channel, that would be great, because then I don't have to read so much. I used to read all the time, but I'm getting lazy.
How do you spell that last name again?
His Kallenbach. 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 Let's see. It's about the two that meet in the center and how the state takes over, how they steal the placenta and they keep it on record, and therefore they think they own you. It's all when I took my what do they call them women that help you have babies? We tried to have a natural birth, but and I snuck my children out of the hospital before they got their Social Security numbers. But
I don't. His channel is here, but he doesn't have any videos on it anymore.
Oh shit!
So if you look up Curtis Kallenbach, and I'll put it down in the chat, Curtis R. Kallenbach, on YouTube, you're going to find some videos with him in it speaking. See, on ownership, the use of words in Vatican law, transcribed and paraphrased. There's a 20, almost 23-minute video there that I'm sure is going to have all kinds of information. But there's a bunch of videos that you're going to run across with Curtis Kallenbach. You're just not going to find him on his channel.
Oh yeah.
So you put that down there.
They probably banned him or something. Censorship.
They don't like the kind of rhetoric he was putting out.
You don't like it?
They don't like it.
Oh.
Yeah, he put a video out about the golden bull in Wall Street and the etymology of capital, which is livestock. It's what they use for their collateral.
Yeah,
Capital
Curtis. I got a video 4 years ago. Curtis Kallenbach, XYZ, and Jellyfish Birth in the Mark Time System versus Knowing Your Origin.
Yeah, and he's going to be talking about the zygote there. So yeah. But yeah, the tribe says capital represents one's stake in an enterprise. Yep. That's what capitalism is all about. A stake in an enterprise. That's my screen share? No, it's there. I just got to do this. There we go. I don't know why I did that. All right, back to it.
Perpetration of the Holocaust, because the central task of any such attempt is to evaluate whether and how anti-Semitism produced and influenced its many aspects. Well, the anti-Semitism, again, if you relate it to hate, is something that seeps through all those various different venues: the political venue, the economical venue, the spiritual venue, the family venue, the social venue. It seeps through that because of the ideological concept of that group of people. It is the very rise of that distinct war. And it's, again, a common concept in a group of people, all heightened by one guy that says he's their leader. I urge you to quit following. Okay, Holocaust because of central task. In my view, our understanding of anti-Semitism and of the relationship of anti-Semitism to maltreatment of Jews is deficient, saying there's not enough said about it. We must begin considering these subjects anew and develop a conceptual apparatus that is descriptively powerful and analytically useful for addressing the ideational causes of social action. I don't know if I've ever heard that word before, and I'm surprised I didn't highlight it. The first chapter is devoted to initiating such a theoretical reconsideration. And again, I agree. We need a theoretical reconsideration to not just be inclusive of anti-Semitism and say that that's a broad statement. I think we need to broaden it to everything and define it literally as hate.
Absolutely. Like I said, it's repetitive, and it just shows that it's happened numerous times under different names, events, or times and times, names, and places. It's still the same thing is happening.
The study of the perpetrators further demands a reconsideration, indeed a reconceiving of the character of German society during its Nazi period and before. And again, hate seems so simple. Even a child understands that. You don't have to explain that you hated him because he was a Jew. You just say you hated him. Well, why? Well, because we don't think alike. It's that simple. So therefore,
and though that would be a weak reason to hate, again, I say I don't hate you. I hate the things that we say and do to each other, because it is a we thing there. No one is perfect. I don't know that I'll ever stop doing it. I know that I will always keep working to get better at not doing it. But in the meantime, I give everybody their graces for being as imperfect as I am. That's all I can do. I love you, but I have every right, just as you do, to hate the things that we say and do to each other. And that's what needs to change. And I can't change it in you. I can only change it in me.
Why is there
What
really a
do you
need to go to war for?
The Semites.
Say what?
What are you talking about? The Holocaust and the National Socialist were
Well,
they were
well, anything that we purport has some kind of authority or to do in our lives. Why would the Holocaust have anything to do with my life if I haven't been indoctrinated into a societal way of living, a social condition that has been placed upon my natural inherent behavior? That's why you went out 30 years ago and homesteaded, because you didn't like living in society. In that 30 years, you're learning how to deal with society by living outside of it and doing as you will.
yeah, but
I think that
you
I think
that,
that's the only true. I think that's the only true way to learn it, by doing it. I can sit here and listen to you, Rocky, all day, but like I said earlier, I can explain it to you, but I can't comprehend it for you. I think the same thing goes with experience. Though I believe I could manage it myself, I have a companion that says I can't. I can't. I could do it for myself, but I couldn't do it for both of us, because having to deal with her and her health issues and stuff would take a matter of detaching from society to do an off-grid living would be inhibited by her necessity for being attached to that society because of her health conditions. So it's a matter of being able to come together at all stages and all needs and desires in this societal condition, to shed off the societal condition and being able to accept it for what it is, and start learning how to live beyond it. Start learning how to live as independent beings and not be so attached to society.
The Holocaust was a defining aspect of Nazism, but not only of Nazism. It was also the defining feature of German society during the German period, or Nazi period. No significant aspect of German society was untouched by Jewish policy, from the economy to society to politics to culture, from cattle farmers to merchants to the organization of small towns to lawyers, doctors, physicists, and professors. No analysis of German society, no understanding or characterization of it can be made without placing the persecution and extermination of the Jews at its center.
This plays true and accurate today. The Jews have influence in most all of this, in all societies. It's the extension of that military education through a Christian denomination, Catholicism,
Zionism.
yes.
The program's first parts, namely the systematic exclusion of Germans from German economic and social life, were carried out in the open, under approving eyes, and with the complicity of virtually all sectors of German society, from the legal, medical, teaching professions to the churches, both Catholic and Protestant, to the gamut of economic, social, and cultural groups and associations. Hundreds of thousands of Germans contributed to the genocide and the still larger system of subjugation that was the vast concentration camp system. They didn't want them in the neighborhood, so they would call up the Gestapo and say, hey, there's one of those right there. Sound familiar? We're doing that today. We believe that the government is corrupt, but then we believe that some neighbor down the street is more corrupt. So we're going to call a corrupt guy to come pick up this other corrupt guy. Good job. Despite the regime's half-hearted attempts to keep the genocide beyond the view of most Germans, millions knew of the mass slaughters. Millions knew of the mass slaughters, not just in Germany, but around the world. Hitler announced many times emphatically that the war would end in the extermination of the Jews. The killings met with general understanding, if not approval. No other policy or similar or greater scope was carried out with more persistence and zeal and with fewer difficulties than the genocide, except perhaps the war itself. The Holocaust defines not only the history of Jews during the middle of the 20th century, but also the history of Germans. It's a defining moment in both. While the Holocaust changed Jewry and Jews irrevocably,
So you believe the
mission was
Holocaust
possible. I argue, because Germans had already.
Well, I explained this earlier, Rocky.
Oh.
The quote Holocaust most certainly did happen. But the problem is most people don't understand that that term Holocaust is a recent term in very recent history. And that the same
Yeah,
event.
I know. Do you believe 6 million Jews were
Don't, yeah, I don't
terminated?
believe numbers. Yeah, I don't believe numbers because I also mentioned that. They don't mention a whole lot of names. There's a lot of names that were never given, you know, all the jewelry and everything that was taken from them, and all those familial ties were destroyed, and they were sent to different camps and this and that. So I can't believe the statistical record in any manner. I can't believe any of it. So again, what I'm pointing out, folks, is not the numbers, but the event itself as being atrocious. It's been done before. It's been done before that. It's been done repeatedly throughout history, and we fail to recognize that part. And we keep relying on statistics and legalities and this and that. And we really need to get down to our grassroots and really put a stop to it. Otherwise, those grassroots are going to be gone. We're going to destroy it. And there's going to be a natural apocalypse where mankind will most certainly bottleneck, and nature will replenish itself, and mankind will have to start over if they can.
Been changed. I want to take a moment real quick to remind everybody, please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. I am on 3 channels at the moment: Keith Little, L. Perro, excuse me, and Hecklebus. So if you're not on the others, please go over there and hit that like, share, and subscribe button, help the algorithms. And what I want to point out here is we're at the same point in time right now, and people are talking about it. They're murmuring for a few years. You got the pandemic, whatever you want to call it, and people are getting up in arms, and they're really not with this ideological bullshit that's going on. So we're in a state of time that's similar to that. We're in a state of time where people are going to start taking along an ideological view and stick with it sternly because they're done with the bullshit. And I urge you again, if you're going to take an ideological view and stand for it, make sure it has a solid principle. Don't be trying to use a political principle, an economic principle, educational principle. Make sure it's solid and it comes from the spirit. Otherwise, you're going to end up just like part of the German society. You're going to think you're one of the good guys, and you're actually going to be one of the perpetrators. So I really urge people to think about this stuff. It's hardcore to think back on your own self and reflect on your own actions and admit that you've been that bad person, that you've been one of the ones that's allowed this killing to go on, even though you aren't directly involved in the killing.
See, this is what I correlate to the AI when I tell people that when you work with this AI stuff and you feed it bullshit, you're going to get bullshit back. Same thing with any government. If the people feed the government bullshit through their demands, you're going to get bullshit back. That's what they're going to supply. So when you demand that you get rid of plastic straws and paper wraps, they're going to be glad to sit down and take your money, discuss it for a while, and come out with a resolution that says, okay, we'll get rid of plastic straws and paper wraps. And then the very next day, you see the big change. It's immaculate. It's fantastic. It's so grandeur. It's greater than what's his name's folly, you know, the Alaska Purchase, except it's quite the opposite. See, they got rid of plastic straws and paper wraps to turn around the next day and start using paper straws in plastic wraps. So they didn't solve the problem, which was the plastic.
Yeah.
So again, I'm telling you, it's not it's nothing more than the hate. It has nothing to do with politics or anything like it. It has to do with the hate. This thing about a bucket full of crabs and one crab trying to get up out of the bucket by climbing over all the other crabs, kicking them back down into the bucket. That's all we're doing. Go ahead, Rocky.
Oh yeah, they would no plastic straws, but you could have plastic bags, plastic gallon containers, plastic this, but
yeah, it wasn't the plastic straw that they were even supposed to be thinking about. It was supposed to be the plastics, all of them. They were supposed to broaden the span of plastic straws. Well, why are we only worried about plastic straws when we use plastic jugs, plastic glasses, plastic lids, plastic condiment containers, da 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 da? Well, what is the solution to that? So effectively, they spent money for a political government to sit in there and decide something that they can decide on their own by making their own straws. It's amazing shit.
I assure you, some cop's got his foot on somebody's neck. I'm not going to stand there with a camera. I'm going to do something about it. I don't know why you don't. You already know it's inherently wrong. You don't snuff the life out of a man right before you just because you're wearing a badge. There's no excuse for it whatsoever, particularly when they have no authority to do so. Everything is commercial, folks. Everything they do is commercial. They have no right to protect. They have no duty to protect you. That means if they do, then the only reason they would be doing so is in their common law aspect as a man being led by their spirit. Every other venue is commercial, and they're led by the manual, the things written in the books. Learn the difference. Learn how to conduct your own affairs, and quit letting other people take your authority by giving it up. You have to learn how to stand one day or another. You're full-grown peoples. So, hundreds of thousands of Germans contributed to the genocide, and still larger system of some. Oh yeah, we already read that. Hitler announced many a times. Where am I at? Where am I at? See, I keep losing my spot. Each of these reconceivings of the perpetrators of German anti-Semitism and of German society during the Nazi period is complex, requires difficult theoretical work, and the marshaling of considerable empirical material, and ultimately is deserving of a separate book in its own right. Empirical meaning absolute fact. You cannot deny it. And that's why I say it's absolute fact. These aren't just Germans. They're not just SS men. Before they become SS men, they were men with living souls. And that's the counterpart we have to take recognition of. Even though there's no name in those history books, or may not be all of the names, we have to recognize the living soul and the atrocities that were placated against some by others.
Speaking on the aspect of how easily people can be indoctrinated to be overcome by that illness, that desire, greed, gluttony, fame, notoriety, popularity, keeping up with the Joneses, being better than the next man, the competitive nature. The righteous crab is pulled down by the ill-informed crab. Yep.
These are atrocious acts that we're not supposed to be doing at any time, let alone during the Jewish anti-Semitism genocide or any other war throughout history. Ukrainian war now, whatever it is. We're not supposed to be doing that stuff, period. We're placing judgment on other men. That's his job.
That goes to that aspect of hating the things that we say and do to each other in Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed against thee shall prosper. Ye shall rise up against thee who places judgment against thee and condemn that falsely. This is the inheritance of the servants of the Lord, or this is the righteousness as the inheritance of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, saith the Lord. So again, it's a matter of speaking that truth to condemn that lie. Okay, and that's as simple as it gets. Stop putting up with the lies.
While the undertaking of each one is justifiable on its own theoretical and empirical grounds, each, in my view, is also strengthened by the others, for they are interrelated tasks. Together, the three suggest that we must substantially rethink important aspects of German history, the nature of Germany during the Nazi period, and the perpetration of the Holocaust. This rethinking requires, on a number of subjects, the turning of conventional wisdom on its head and the adoption of a new and substantially different view of essential aspects of this period, aspects which have generally been considered settled. And again, that's part of the problem. They consider them settled, but yet when you look through history, it repeats itself. So how could it truly be settled? It rises again. So the essential view here, in my opinion, is that we learn to recognize when.
And so, yeah, I agree. The problem with a democracy, and I've expressed this before. See, the problem with a democracy, folks, is a 51-49 vote. So that means it's a very, very tight balance. So if it becomes 50-50, then there comes this scale of anarchy, as Manaboy pointed out, as an anarchist. So there's a buoyancy in there in the middle of anarchy. On the other side, that 49%, if it flips, all of a sudden it's 51% has the force. When in fact, a true democracy, in my opinion, wouldn't be so divided. A true democracy would be your 80-20. It would be concise. It would show the intelligent thought of a clear discernment by a strong portion of the population showing strong reason and logic. Instead, we have this shadow society living with their id entity, the identity, because they don't know thyself. And so they live in that personification of the name founded as a popularity contest, favoritism, cronyism, nepotism.
And it's rising. Like I just said a couple minutes ago, we're at a point in time where we're set in our ways and we're ready to fight. And it's something because we know something inherently, something's coming up and we're preparing for that. So we're changing certain things. And that's because certain things were changed drastically here recently over the last few years. And it created quite the upsetting circumstances. We really have to take a good look at what's going on and our part in it. You know, we've got future statistics coming up where they're going to be talking about death tolls and this and that as it relates to that pandemic thing. And, you know, it's always going to be questioned because it started out in question. So do you really want to believe that kind of stuff? Or do you want to learn how to start doing your research and reading? Go back and relearn how to read. Relearn the concise English language as you're supposed to know it. It would be a great help in your own comprehension of what's going on. So, explaining why the Holocaust occurred requires a radical revision of what has until now been written. This book is that revision. And again, I don't know that it really is. If it's going to be being settled repeatedly throughout time, and that's merely a way to tell people, well, it's been settled, we can go on with a new way of life. And here we are. That's the point of time we're at. We're coming up in a new way of life. They're deeming things settled. And we've got to quit that. We've got to let them know we're done with this. We're not going to keep repeating it.
And that new way of life is, like I said, we have this strong, very viable movement of off-grid living that is taking advantage on a micro scale of the modern technologies that allows them to do that much more efficiently and effectively in even desert lands that we can now watershed and provide that water collection in those drier areas and start rebuilding that aquifer underground, that filtration system. It's a great opportunity. I hope to see it grow and grow and grow to its massive potential of bringing back to humanity the one thing it's lost, its true identity.
It can only be done through the education. This revision calls for us to acknowledge what has for so long been generally denied or obscured by academic and non-academic interpreters alike, and that's the repetition in history. They placate them as their own separate wars for this different reason, but it's the same situation, a hateful situation. Germans' anti-Semitic beliefs about Jews were the central causal agent of the Holocaust. They were the central causal agent not only of Hitler's decision to annihilate European Jewry, which is accepted by many, but also of the perpetrator's willingness to kill and to brutalize Jews. The conclusion of this book is that anti-Semitism moved many thousands of ordinary Germans and would have moved millions more had they been appropriately positioned to slaughter Jews. Not economic hardship, not the coercive means of a totalitarian state, not social psychological pressure, not invariable psychological propensities, but ideas about Jews that were pervasive in Germany and had been for decades, induced ordinary Germans to kill unarmed, defenseless Jewish men, women, and children by the thousands, systematically and without pity. When we take another man, woman, or child and blame them for our problems, then we really are delusional. And I urge everybody to think about this stuff. You know, I'm not the perfect guy. I never have been. You can look at the criminal record. You can see the civil record. You can see there's a lot of complaints and this and that on there. I had my part in it. So I'm not sitting here saying I'm perfect. I'm sitting here telling you I'm the bitch ass slave. I'm the fool. But I'm changing and I'm growing. And there's a big difference. I'm not going to sit in the same pool and do the same kinds of things that history says 98% of the people have done repeatedly, because they take upon conveniences in that ideological society structure and say, well, we're going to look out for each other.
Which is the bowing down of the comfort and convenience, again, of displacing one's own responsibility to take care of themselves by placing it on the shoulders of those around them. Okay? One of the very main tactics of division, the inability to be able to detach and take upon one's own responsibilities, the ability to be independent. The very claim to Declaration of Independence is in the actions.
And that's the last thing you do. You sit there and watch the boob tube, watching somebody else's dramatic life because it's obviously better than yours. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting in the front of a boob tube doing nothing but watching a boob tube. So then you hear the lights and sirens and you look out and you see them hauling one of your neighbors off a couple blocks down the street. You go right back to the couch, start stuffing your face with the processed foods and drinking the poison. The next night, same thing. You hear them lights and sirens. They're down the other end of the block, hauling somebody else off. The next night, same damn thing. They're right across the street. The next night, they're over here at your neighbors. When do you think they're coming after you?
So when are you going to get up off that couch and do something, folks? Again, I'm saying you are the problem. You that sit there and vote and believe that your vote counts, while believing that by giving up your responsibilities, somehow you maintain some kind of authority. Again, I remind you folks, my mom looked at me when I was like 48, 49 years old, after she had brought me up in church. My foster mother I'm talking about, foster mom and foster dad. Adopted when I was 10 years old, brought me up in the church when I was 15 years old. I decided I didn't want to do the church anymore. I knew there was something wrong. I still had the faith in God and Jesus and all that. I knew the scriptures. I thought I knew them pretty well. But I dismissed the church and those scriptures for a while in my life. But in the end, my mom looks at me, says, Keith, oh, that is a lie. And that lie came out of the mouth of what I call Hitler's willing execution. I'll continue to call her my mother. But when I refer to Hitler's willing executioners, you can keep my mother in mind. Like I said, don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. And for crying out loud, do not believe your mother. Do your research so you know.
When do you think they're going to start hating on you? Oh, wait a minute. There's all kinds of people already hating on you in there. And you're hating right back. Keep firing those flames.
Well, if I cut out there, let me reiterate it. My mother looked at me when I was 48, 49 years old, after all this church stuff, and being a good federal worker herself, as well as my dad. Both of them work for the federal government. She looked at me and says, Keith, the police are your authority. Because at that point, I knew she was Hitler's willing executioners. Those words rolled off her tongue. I knew she was a statist for the police state. Statist, I see. So to me, She's not so much a mother as she is a statistic. Only she has a name that I know. She's not merely just that number. So again, I love my mother, I do. But I hate the things that she says and does. I hate them. Nothing against her. We just can't get along. So we don't. Me and my mom and dad, we don't talk anymore. It's beyond senseless. They're in their 70s, and they believe that police are their authority. I can in no way, shape, or form overcome 70 years of indoctrination. This is why we have to reach out to the younger generations, folks. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. We have to be able to pass this knowledge on to them, because our parents' knowledge is fucking destroying us and will continue to destroy our younger generations if we do not change.
Keep fueling those flames. Keep blowing on them. And you walk yourself right into it. You're your own perpetrator. So anyway, that's the end of tonight's reading. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow night.
So what do you think so far, Rocky? Am I hitting it on the head?
Pretty much. Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, folks, like I said, I hate to be so crude when I call people bitch ass slaves and Hitler's willing executioners, fucking fools. But again, I admit I've been that myself. And I may act a fucking fool again. I may act like a bitch ass slave. I may even act like Hitler's willing executioner. I don't know. I hope not. I am doing my best not to do so. And in the meantime, that's what helps remind me not to do so, is because I see it so preeminently. Every day.
Yeah, my mother gave me bad advice. I remember my mother used to say, "You can't fight City Hall." And that's just made me mad. I mean, fuck it. I'm going to fight it.
See, that's that indoctrination aspect and the fear that we already have instilled in us, that somehow that governmental authority has more power. But yet again, in this Christian society, I remind all you good Christians, Romans 13:1 says there is no power but that which is ordained of God. So again, where do you get your authority? Are you getting it from some piece of paper that has a personification on it when he's no respecter of persons? Or are you getting it directly from that source, God? Are you doing it as a pass-through because God's word is passing through you and instilling that honor of truth in you? Because that's, again, all it really takes. Being truthful. I know no man has authority over myself. None.
Yeah.
If you don't know that, then you're part of the problem. You won't issue forth your authority independently and stand on your own. So let's take a look at the next one. Part 4. And this is a long series, folks. Oops. Gotta share this tab first. I gotta mute you, Rocky. So the next one is part 4. And like I said, this is a series of, I think, 15. So I don't know that we'll get through them all today, but I'll certainly get through what I can today, and we'll come back again another day. But this is part 4. Again, Hitler's willing executioners. Folks, are we in a police state? Do you use those statistics? These statistics, statist I see. Are you one of those statists I see? Enumerated as such. That's going along to get along because it's so comfortable and convenient for you. Are you one of the ones that's going to stand up in this educational forum that we have, this great educational forum? That's what I call it. This earth, this world that we live in but are not from. It's a way to educate by our own observances. Are you going to start observing the world for what it is, or are you going to continue to remember the shit that they spew and keep indoctrinating every generation to be dumber and dumber? When is it going to stop? Are we in a police state, folks? Is it too late? Are we already here?
Okay. Greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Coming at you tonight with the last little bit of reading I'm going to do from the very first part of this Hitler's Willing Executioners. And like I said, tomorrow night we're going to start going through it as a skim and just hit some highlighted areas. But before we get started, I want everybody to hit that like, share, and subscribe button for me if you would. And if you're on one of the 3 channels, head over to the other other 2 channels and hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Get these algorithms up for us. In the meantime, there's PayPal links down in the details sections. So anybody that wants to share some love, and the panel link is pinned on all 3 channels for anybody that wants to come up. I want to thank everybody for their support.
Yes, a quick reminder. Go ahead and hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There's a PayPal link there for anybody who wants to share some love. All is appreciated. Hopefully we can get some donos going today. Kind of running short again this month due to the wrongful eviction, constructive eviction that we're going through, still affecting us a couple months later. Kind of cut our finances. So any little help is always appreciated. And in the meantime, hit those like, share, and subscribe buttons. And the StreamYard link is down there for anybody who wants to join the panel.
And tonight, when I get done with the video here, I'm also going to come back with another video on FISA, the Foreign Immunity,
or I'll send ice.
FSIA, Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. And we're going to do a little bit of reading on that and show you why I'm doing what I'm doing. There are certain immunities that apply on both sides of the on the playing field, and this is known as an equal station in life. So if you come in with that immunity in that Lord's Prayer, asking for forgiveness and granting that forgiveness in return because you repent, you want to sit down and do the good works to earn the daily bread with each other, then that's what you have to do. You got to quit going at things in such an argumentative and childish is the only way I can really explain it, childish way. You have to be willing to start opening your mind and look at things from other objective points, so that you can get a clearer way of discerning for yourself what everything really means to you in your particular situations. So let's get into it. And as you remember last night, we talked about the Germans killing Jews systematically without any pity. And this is part of the thing about realizing who you are and learning how to operate all 3 elements of empathy, sympathy, and apathy. And when it comes to those different elements, sympathy is feeling the sadness and everything. Empathy is feeling the joy and the different things that can cause that joy to dissipate. Apathy is the ability to sit back and observe things in an objective manner without letting any emotions affect you, so you can think about things reasonably and logically, so that the empathy and sympathy don't distract you from reality. This is part of the problem of how people get so indoctrinated by believing what other people are putting forth to them. So we continue on. It says, for what developments would a comprehensive explanation of the Holocaust have to account? For the extermination of the Jews to occur, 4 principal things are necessary. And this is a tactic known out through history of time in many different history logs by very diverse group of world leaders, military men and stuff. They all agree on the same principles. The Nazis, that is the leadership, specifically Hitler, had to decide to undertake the extermination. So there had to be an ultimate authority making a decision. They had to gain control over the Jews, namely over the territory in which they resided. So in gaining that authority and control over the Jews, they did it systematically through various different things throughout time. So again, we see the same thing in American culture. The politics and economics that we strive to chase after that bag. That's what's indoctrinating us into all of this other bullshit. They had to
For a large part, it's the capitalist drive. And if you guys don't understand, what I'm saying here is the capitalist drive takes a man to a point where he's willing to capitalize on something because he knows it's to his benefit. And oftentimes in this capitalist society, there's the implication that you're doing nothing wrong because you're doing it in good faith. And so that if there's something underlying that's in error, that would be taking advantage of somebody else and causing them to suffer some sort of loss, but you didn't know about it, then you're not culpable. And that's literally the way I see this capitalist system, is that it takes advantage of losses of certain people for the monetary gains of set group of people. So it's an investment system that sees disadvantages and takes the opportunity to bank on them.
organize the extermination and devote it to sufficient resources. So they had to have the available energy and power, manpower, to be able to affect that. And that's what they were asserting when they went into that war. They were asserting that they had such a power. They had to induce a large number of people to carry out the killings. They needed that manpower, like I just said. So it's important to realize one of the important elements to connect here is, I believe America has the most powerful military, they say. So is America the new Nazi Germany image and likeness and just not willing to accept it yet? Are you going to be one of Hitler's willing executioners, but only the difference is you're going to rename and use a different Hitler type person? Are you really going to be following subject to that kind of kingship that you're going to be willing to kill for that false king? The vast literature of Nazism and the Holocaust treats in great depth the first three elements, as well as others, such as the origins and characters of Hitler's genocidal beliefs. Again, relating back to the Bolshevists and the actions that he was learning from, that happened already. It was just
Yeah, he was socially conditioned himself through his own set of beliefs, his core beliefs that he was raised on, whether that be by his parents or those that he developed himself autodidactically, which is what I would tend to believe.
repeat, and it happened again and again and again. And the Nazis' ascendancy to power. Those that gain power do it specifically for those types of purposes. Yet, as I have already indicated, it has treated the last element, the focus of this book, perfunctorily and mainly by assumption. In other words, it was by assumption that they had to induce people to carry out the killings. This is because many people are willing to kill already. They just change their views of why. Again, if you're willing to live by the sword, you're willing to die by the sword. But it's much easier if you have that sword and only use it when necessary and have it there for other purposes. You can use a sword for different purposes. Same thing with a pen. You can use a pen to write contracts. You can use a pen to write treaties.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree. Man, a boy. Spot on. That's why I wear this. It's not to remind you that I see Hitler's willing executioner in you, but that I know there's a Hitler's willing executioner in me. So I'm the one that has to look at myself every day when I look in that mirror. Spot on. Bad programming is why any of the world's villains surface. Most people are Hitler, just without the platform that he had. Absolutely. And kudos to Rocky for his short mustache today, brother. Absolutely.
Trusts, fictional stories, biographies, autobiographies, news stories. You know, you can do all kinds of different things with, it's not the same intent. The vast literature on Nazi, excuse me, back to it. It is therefore important to discuss here some analytical and interpretive issues that are central to studying the perpetrators. And that's why I'm giving you my interpretation as we go through and read this stuff. It's important to have those interpretive, objective views other than your own. Owing to the neglect of the perpetrators in the study of the Holocaust, it is no surprise that the existing interpretations of them have been generally produced in a near empirical vacuum. In other words, it's, again, the historical leaders and the way they write the history. Again, I remind you, President Ford, related to the Ford Company that helped produce the military vehicles for Germany, Nazi Germany. Until recently, virtually no research has been done on the perpetrators, save on the leaders of the Nazi regime. In the last few years, some publications have appeared that treat one group or another, yet the state of our knowledge about the perpetrators remains deficient. Again,
And see, that's one of the things that I like about this book so much, folks. Again, I think it's imperative to understand. And like I pointed out before, that's what I believe this book is pointing out. It's you. If the people stop doing what they keep doing repetitively, and that is seeking that popularity, that favoritism, that altruism, seeking all of that is what gets us where we get. It's that wanton desire. That's the greed, the gluttony. It's not truly who we are. We're subsistent people, proficient in our nature, leaving our human footprint in a natural way, again, along the riverbeds, riverbanks and lake beds.
I don't particularly think that it's any one group of people. I think it's a mass group of people that end up with the same ideological concepts because they've already been induced by the language and the culture. We know little about many of the institutions of killing, little about many aspects of the perpetration of the genocide, and still less about the people or the perpetrators themselves. As a consequence, popular and scholarly myths and misconceptions about the perpetrators abound, including the following. It is a misconception about, it is commonly believed that the Germans slaughtered Jews by and large in the gas chambers, and that without gas chambers, modern means of transportation, and efficient bureaucracies, the Germans would have been unable to kill millions of Jews. The belief persists that somehow only technology made horror on this scale possible.
And this is one of the technical issues that I have with this yet is during World War II, did Nazi Germany have the interstate system that they had designed fully developed and usable in this aspect? Because if they did, which is what the U.S. models their interstate system on, is to be able to carry military armaments, not just your little cars and trucks, but actual full-scale military armaments. So they built the roads very strong and sturdy. So it's, again, we have to understand this is all a military setup. That fiat currency, the paperwork, the record, the integrity, the indemnifications for the spoliated owners.
And that's wrong. Assembly line killing is one of the stock phrases in discussion of the event. Assembly line killing was done on the battlefields long before it was done by capturing the slaves first. It is generally believed that the gas chambers, because of their efficiency, is itself greatly overstated, were a necessary instrument for the genocidal slaughter, and that the Germans chose to construct the gas chambers in the first place because they needed more efficient.
Again, in case you guys didn't understand what I said there, that was a military construct. The process, the manufacturing process was a military construct because they had a process of manufacturing their war. Okay. They had different regiments that played different parts at different times and made different moves strategically. Yes, it's all military.
Means of killing the Jews. It has been generally believed by scholars, at least until very recently, and non-scholars alike, that the perpetrators were primarily, overwhelmingly, SS men. the most devoted and brutal Nazis. It has been an unquestioned truism, again until recently, that had a German refused to kill Jews, then he himself would have been killed, sent to a concentration camp, or severely punished. All of these views that fundamentally shape people's understanding of the Holocaust, have been held unquestioningly as though they were self-evident truths. This comes when we see like Kyle Kaepernick kneeling instead of holding his hand to his heart and singing praise to a flag. At least the guy had a spiritual foundation. They have been virtual articles of faith, derived from sources other than historical inquiry, have substituted for knowledge, and have distorted the way in which this period is understood. When nationalism becomes greater than spirituality, then we have a problem.
And that's why I mentioned earlier about the Gary Davis, A Man with No Country. And then, of course, I think it was Manaboy mentioned Anna von Reitz and state nationalists. See, when nationality becomes so almighty important that every nation on earth demands documentation from the independent beings that make up its populace, then something has gone severely wrong. When you're required to have a passport in order to leave the land, as a stranger and sojourner with God, to visit another one of his lands, and the strangers and sojourners there, then you've misplaced the authority. In my honest opinion, all you good Christians.
I want to take a real quick minute to remind everybody to hit that like, share, subscribe button if you would. 3 channels going now: El Perro, Keith Little, and Heckle Bus. So if you're on one channel, go ahead and hit the other 2 channels real quick and hit that like, share, subscribe button there. I want to thank Bo-Hydrus, Jen, Exhibited Meat, Bear Jew, Golden Renaissance, Norm Longstaff. Greetings, everybody. Again, there's paper.
Yes, I've got that video as a review in one of my live streams, and they actually did a content ID claim, so it's muted in some countries, but I believe here in the USA you can find that on one of my videos and listen to it. But I'm quite familiar with the boy in Charlie Chaplin film who complained about the need to have a passport to be free. And he's right. That's what I'm saying. Almost every nation, you're required to have some kind of passport. Not that I know of. I believe people can independently, like Gary Davis and many other people in history, including Jesus, traveled without documentation. Now, some of those people got persecuted, and I imagine many people in the future will get persecuted, but there should be one day. Fuck up. Excuse my language.
Pal, links down below for anybody that wants to share some love. And of course, the link to join the stream is pinned in the chat there. So basically what we're looking at is, again, as I pose, our own ignorances are the one thing that's leading to that supply and demand, because we're not finding better ways of attaining the things that we're wanting and desiring or think we need. We've become dependent on this convenience of listening to our brother and trying to keep up with the Joneses. Inherently flawed. The absence of attention devoted to the perpetrators is surprising for a host of reasons, only one of which is the existence of now over 10-year-long debate about the genesis of the initiation of the Holocaust. Again, it's that ideological sense that builds first before anybody can take an action on it, that would then prove that the ideology is in a great enough number that that action can pose some kind of risk or danger or even prosperity and abundance, whichever way it's going to swing. Which has come to be called the misnomer, the international functionalist debate. For better or worse, this debate has become the organizing debate for much of the scholarship on the Holocaust. Although it has improved our understanding of the exact chronology of the Germans' persecution and mass murder of the Jews, it has also, because of the terms in which it has been cast, confused the analysis of the causes of the Germans' policies. This is taken up in chapter 4, and it has done next to nothing to increase our knowledge of the perpetrators. traders. This is
So like I said earlier, it became a matter of statistics, numbers and events, happenings, but it never included the names. I can't say never because there's a lot of names known through the Nuremberg trial, but I'm talking about previous histories and stuff where those names didn't come out. Certain leaders came out, but the individual names, the independent names of the common man, the people I'm talking about, you, the ones that are doing it to yourself. See, it's not that that's important. See, it's only the popular people that are important. The important people that are important. While we think about importance. What is important? Are you going to take something in, import something that shouldn't be there? Are you going to take in some kind of thoughts that shouldn't be there? Some kind of materialistic things that shouldn't be there? Acids, fuels, bombs, things like that. Are you going to take in things that are detrimental or things that are beneficial? We are truly sponges in this material world, in all senses of the word. What kind of input do you have in the spirituality? Or do you have the demonic inputs? Do you seek those shadows? Or do you have that enlightened, angelic spiritual input where things are good and you see the good in things despite those shadows and you're able to overcome those things? What is it you observe in this world around you? When are you going to pay attention to that? When are you going to get yourself out of this public education indoctrination system? Come out of that cognitive dissonance. Quit being so comfortable and convenient in your soft, plushy homes with nice couch and a boob tube with somebody else's dramatic or mysterious life while the sirens blast and the lights flash. You enjoy that circus, though. You enjoy the casino room, the casino floor with all the dings and bells and whistles, the alarms that tell you what time to do what, when to bend over, when to take a shit. You don't understand you've been conditioned socially in a military regime.
the same similar like concept that I posed in California when they tried to illegalize the use of plastic straws, and came up this quaint idea to go ahead and do that, and ended up using paper straws and plastic wraps instead of plastic straws and paper wraps, while all the while not even paying attention to the real issue, and that is the plastic cup and the plastic lid that you're using in regards to that plastic straw to drink the damn drink that you're drinking. It's pathetic, truly pathetic, that we have people that think they did such a great thing in such legislation and call themselves leaders, and the people say, bravo, bravo, yeah, I'm gonna vote for you again next time. Fucking bitch ass slaves. Of those who defined this debate and made it central early contributions, only one saw fit to ask the question: why, once the killing began, did those receiving the orders to kill do so? Once the order to kill began, or once the killing began, did those receiving orders to kill continue to do so?
See, this is the moral subjectivity that we talk about. Because there becomes a time where that authority on that piece of paper, coming from somebody that you think is greater than you and has that authority, that you undertake, understand that term I just used, undertake the institution of murdering, killing, taking out the life of another man. Who gave you that authority, if not for an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth? What do you got, Rocky?
Undertaker. You said.
Yep. Yeah. That's what you're doing, is you're undertaking all these different tasks. You're the undertaker.
Yeah, I was sharpening my sword.
You saw that.
A sword can be used for, well, this is more like a bush knife. It's a Tennessee toothpick. And It's good survival for. Always got to have a knife if you have to. I advise you people to get yourself a bug out bag and get ready to get the fuck out of town. And make sure you have some survival, like a hatchet, a big knife.
I've got a set of knives. I just went through and it was on a fishing video, not so much for survival, but I went through my knives and shit and showed those and different uses. I got a pretty good little collection of knives. Always good to have, folks.
See, when you start listening to another man tell you to do something in such an egregious manner, and you haven't been aggrieved in that manner, why would you do it? Because you've given up your entire spirituality to another man. That's Peyton on his face. Lived by the sword, died by the sword. It appears that for one reason or another, all the participants in the debate assumed that executing such orders was unproblematic for the actors and unproblematic for historians and social scientists. The only one it was problematic for is the ones they were killing. Everybody else agreed with it. Not just the ones that perpetrated it, the ideological followers themselves, the mass public that believed that the Jews were the problem, but those that wanted to step back and stay out of it, and probably rightly so, to write a story about it. But because they weren't involved in it firsthand, they couldn't possibly write the true story about it. That was then passed on to another general public that said, bravo to President Ford. Fucking bitch-ass slaves. And see, I don't have a problem with government. Let's make sure that's understood. I don't have a problem with government. What I have a problem with is the people in government that don't govern. They abuse their power. See, to govern another is to do unto the neighbor as you would do unto yourself. Pure and simple. Romans 13:1. For there is no power but that which is ordained of God. And if you're holding a godly power, you better make sure it was first ordained of God and not of some satanic, demonic thought process where you don't know how to use reason and logic. And you get trapped up in your childhood emotions and don't know how to grow the fuck up. It's sick. The limited character of our knowledge and therefore our understanding of this period is highlighted by.
See, I think that's the element that defeats everybody, is that emotional context. When we get involved with this ego system, the popularity contest, the favoritism, the nepotism, cronyism, keeping up with the Joneses, the wealth, the health, the stability. People think this stability in society is a good balance. Again, I urge you to look at society generation after generation, and they put out a movie called Idiocracy, and that's exactly where we're going. The people are being dumbed down through a public education system of indoctrination that nobody wants to wake up to. Go ahead, Rocky.
What do you think about the movie Braveheart?
I haven't seen it, Rocky. I
Check it out.
don't watch too many movies, but Idiocracy was one I was urged to watch. And
Braveheart was my favorite movies, with Mel Gibson playing Wallace of Scotland when they tried to fight against the kings of England, the basically kind of like an extension of the papacy, and they were. My heritage is I came over. My family came from Switzerland, and we fought against in the 30-year war against the Roman Catholics, and we lost. So because we lost, we fled to America. And New Amsterdam, New York City used to be called New Amsterdam. And it's basically, we were protesting Rome. We didn't want a one system religion where they tell you what to fucking do and everything. And I think fighting for freedom is, but just what Braveheart is pretty cool. I think it was pretty cool. It's how Scotland became free from England. How the people.
Well, I'll take your recommendation. I'll watch it. I'll give it a watch. I might speed it up a little bit, but I'll watch it.
by the simple fact that however the category perpetrator is defined, the number of people who were perpetrators is unknown. And again, if you're going to sit back and not do anything about it, you are part of the perpetration. For the things that happen only happen because a good man won't step up and stop it and say, listen, you ain't got no power to do that. You ain't got no right to do that. You're not supposed to be doing that. And we hold equal stations in life. And we're supposed to be able to go forth in love and sacrifice our body.
And do unto others as we would have them do unto ourselves, you know? And that's, where was it? Somebody said something. As above, so below, as we do unto others, so shall we have done unto us. Same thing, again, that I mentioned earlier, the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You have to be aware of the people that we're dealing with and the equalities. So if you go around and you kill somebody, you have given them the equal right now to kill you. That's how this natural works. It does not need to be written down. It does not need to be written down. And that is objectively reasonable to most people.
Hey, even our own life,
So
stand up for the children of Israel. And we're all children of Israel. We're all brothers. We're all.
Do you think that living by the sword, you'll die by the sword? Is that bad? If you're fighting for freedom, would you sacrifice your life and die by the sword in order to, you take up your sword, fighting for, Jesus or
absolutely,
or whatever you call it?
What it means is if you're willing to take the life of another man in your stance for truth, and you find your truth is wrong, that man he's got the exact same opportunity to wield that sword in his truth. And at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, the one that remains standing is the one that was being true, no matter what the truth is. Because he's the one that gets to tell the story now. That's his story. The victor over the victim, no matter who was right or wrong.
Yeah, the winners write history.
Yep.
All siblings, brothers and sisters, children of God.
You
Greetings.
rang?
Another child of God. Look at him. Look at him. What's going on, bro?
Not too much. I had a situation that mimicked what you said very well.
Real quick, I want to point out we got a brother Norman Longstaff up in Canada. It was surprising to find out here a week or so ago that I've got a friend that was from here in Waterloo, Iowa. I used to work with him at a place called the Regis, and they were a inventory specialist, and we would go into the stores and do the stock inventory. And so I knew a lot about that end of the business through this guy that I met locally. And now he's up in Canada with our brother Norman Longstaff. So I just wanted to say thanks, shout out to Norman Longstaff. He's been one of the guys that's been following me for a while, and he's catching on to the process that I'm speaking about and showing it firsthand and giving you firsthand account himself. So you don't have to believe me. Do your research like this man has done, and don't believe him either. Do your own research so you know how to do it, because ain't neither one of us can tell you how to do it.
First-hand accounts are really important. Scholarly sources are really important.
So,
and if you don't follow those scholarly sources and you don't, go down those rabbit trails, like for instance, you look at the Pisos and Josephus, you'll read all sorts of information that's really, really, really fucking interesting. Like, wait a second, I didn't know that, but that makes a lot of sense type situations.
Yeah.
No, but the situation, I actually.
And I think that's a large part of what people have lost is the ability to use their common sense. They've been so living in this silver spoon-fed, blissful type life of comforts and convenience provided by that societal living that they've become disassociated with the reality of any kind of liabilities. So again, it's just total displacement of adult type behavior so we can remain in this childlike attitude of fairy tale and chivalry. It's just not true anymore.
Shot a message over to Paul because I was perplexed, because I look to myself to be a pretty decent good man, you know, a child of God, you know, the whole 9 yards. And I was in at the local gas station getting some coffee, and apparently it was a union break meeting, yet again, with the sign that says no loitering. Meanwhile, there's these 4 cops that are sitting there laughing about how dumb the criminal was, how dumb the family of the criminal was, and how dumb the people around that situation was. I looked at them, I was disgusted. It was everything in my body not to walk over to them and just be like, you know what? I probably would have gone to jail.
No. Well, I don't know if I gone to jail, but I certainly given them an earful of fucking knowledge.
I would have gone to jail.
I just witnessed several felonies, and I'm going to be getting a hold of the Adjutant General, and we're going to have a little talk about this.
That might be what ends up, because it's not like it's a
Law.
first time.
Martial law. It's basically martial law. We got armed roll in the streets, and he's absolutely martial law. Article 10 of the Labor Code, General Orders 100. The martial law chiefly affects the police and the collection of public revenue and taxes for the invading forces or the expelled government, its army, its uses, and the safety of its safety and the safety of its operations.
Revenue Stamp Act. Remember I mentioned that earlier. And they're the ones, again, it's the military, it's in the Labor Code. It's chiefly the responsibility of the police for the collection of public revenue and taxes for the United States or its army. Pure and simple. If you don't understand what those taxes are for, you don't understand military occupation, and again, the fact that they have to condemn the land of its natural use for commercial purposes, and the stewardship program of prosperity and abundance, replenishing the earth as a steward under the very covenant of God that you already have in your true nature, is of utmost importance and supersedes all of it. As long as you have that comprehension. Because again, folks, I can explain it to you, but I cannot comprehend it for you.
No other purpose. This is why we have title the 5th article in the Bill of Rights that talks about they can't take property without military possession and recompensation for required use. They can't just come take it and say, okay, we're going to use it.
And that tells us, again, if you don't understand the 5th Amendment, and the only way they can take the property of the people is through military use. And that requires a requisition. In other words, they have to require it and then be able to use it and be able to compensate the previous owner for its taking. Okay? So where do you think the property the state has came from? The military? No. That's part of the military. That property still came from the people.
It has to be required first, so then they can inquire where they can find it, so that then they can acquisition it. If you guys don't understand how operation of law works, language is specific, law is specific, and it has a specific order. You cannot acquire something without first inquiring because you require it.
Yep. Yeah, when they the comment that really got under my skin is when they looked at each other and they're sitting there laughing, and the one guy says, "Easy money." I looked at the situation, and the guy, I wanted to kick the box out from underneath him. I really did. I'm not going to lie. I didn't. I'm calmer than that. But let me tell you, when I realized what they were talking about, and I personally know that that man is innocent until proven guilty. So easy money is not easy if it's not money.
Yeah, well, I'm going to dare him to take a non-military, non-civilian, non-national, living soul, a prophet unto the nations, as sanctified and ordained by the very Creator, into a martial law court with the gold fringe flag, as a military officer or a civilian, subject to those laws. You will find yourself under your own court martial. Like I said, I'm calling the Adjutant General right away.
Right.
You going to tamper with a witness?
Particularly a civilian. We speak to the military commanders and ask them if they, in fact, get their authority from the civilians. They will tell you yes. So, gentlemen, that selective service number and that registration, you can get that information and provide that, proving that if you're no longer in the military, even if you have a DD-214, you can clarify the use of that DD-214 is not to extend the contract in a retirement form, but rather as a outside contractor form where you're no longer associated with the military, not going to take benefits, but now you're going to have equal consideration for all benefits. Understand the contracts and how it works. And again, put that stewardship to work by understanding the stewardship.
Ah, that is exactly what I was and still am.
You gotta
Because
quit
I witnessed their
thinking,
crime.
I'm a witness in the name of Jesus Christ, and you're attempting to kidnap one of the children of Israel and make a merchandise of him, and you shall be put to death.
Yup, for treason specifically, right?
Absolutely. I give you knowledge, and I don't care what language you don't understand. You're supposed to understand it, and that's simple.
And actually, in the scriptures, that's called kidnapping. Deuteronomy 24:7. Anyone caught stealing one of the children of the brethren of Israel and making merchandise out of it shall be put to death. Ye shall put evil away from amongst you. In the legal world, it's called kidnapping.
Right. Boy, I'll tell you, I've never had a acquaintance like yourself, somebody I would never want to work with, never want to do much with, but I'll tell you, your information it's thought-provoking, which is a rare thing in today's society.
Yeah,
honestly, that's
everybody already believes they have their own authority. Then why not bring them to the equal station of where we get that fucking authority? It's the providence of grace. Breathe into our nostrils that makes the man a living soul. I ask you again, are you a man? Because
Yes, sir.
if you're a man, that is in the definition of animal. Now, if you want to be the dominant creature, then you admit that you're a creator or created in the image and likeness of the creator, and that was intended as a prophet unto the nations, to let them know they have a greater creator than the patronymical earthly father, for there is but one father which art in heaven, you bastard motherfuckers.
And that is the living soul. Again, mentioned in Genesis 2:7. Man, as a noun, became a living soul, which is a noun phrase, meaning that man, as a stationary thing, a noun, was motivated. It was put in motion, a noun phrase.
So when I ask that, or when I have conversation, because it's going to end up coming up, they go on break quite often, which is fine. I mean, we all deserve a break, sure, whatever. I don't commit treason in between, but nevertheless, I know that it's going to come up again, and that's going to be some pertinent information, because it's not the first time, it's not the second time, it's not the third time. It's like literally every time I go to the fucking gas station, I don't go more than once or twice a day, like once in the morning, once in the afternoon type thing. Every time I go, there's 4 or 5 fucking cops sitting right there, just laughing and carrying on. There's a sign that says no loitering. That is loitering.
Yeah.
At the very least, it's loitering.
And we've got to remember, folks, you know, back when I was a kid, we had this thing called the neighborhood watch program. They had the signs with the owl and the little blue house thing or whatever. And you had a blue star on the house if you were a safe house and these kind of things. And today I urge people, we've got these devices, and I know many of us have several devices, and we need to start learning how to use these. These are broadcast stations, folks. They cannot interfere with 911, SOS, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Learn the importance of speaking in the name of Christ.
Understand this part, folks. This is, again, relative to the First Amendment in my freedom of expression, but more exponentially your right to know. And this is a broadcasting system. It makes my word very broad. In the scope of numbers, it's no longer one voice, but it's everybody out there that knows it, that is willing to reiterate it. Instead of reiterating the little lies, stop the lies. Don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. Don't believe Rocky. And for crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know. So then you can voice it. That way you have the opportunity to observe it firsthand and contemplate how important it is for you to then turn around and express it, if it's that important. And that's why I say, you know, to me, I think it's very important, because my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And I see this destruction. I see the dumbing down of American people.
Redeemer. Hey, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. I come with immunity, and I grant you immunity. This is forgiving my brother as I ask them to forgive me. In repentance, I redeem my brother who sold off his belongings or committed a sin. I will redeem him. And in that, I'm redeeming you too. Because we're all sinners. It's a new day. It's a new slate. Why? Because the land shall not be sold forever, because we are strangers and sojourners with him. And in all of the lands of your possession, ye shall grant a redemption. And if your brother be waxen and poor and sold off some of his possession, and one of his kids buy back that possession, he shall
You were muted, Rocky.
I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna go check on a few things.
All right.
Be
Well, if we're not here
right
when you get back. Okay.
Okay.
Redeem his brother. This is simple. You have that power, and the only power you can express through that is by the truth. That means you have to be able to dismiss other bullshit. And again, like I said, in order for them to acquire something, they must first inquire it. And before they can inquire it, they have to require it. You can't just go around wantonly taking people's shit. You have to have a need for it. This is the basis of being able to go into a store if you're truly starving and hungry and take something to feed you for the day. You don't walk into a store and take 3 weeks supply. That's fucking stupid. It's called reasonability and ability to know that you have faith in yourself that the next day you might find that fucking miracle if that's what it takes. Otherwise, it might be just as simple as asking for some little bit of work that might end up being an inspiration on both sides, and you end up working for the guy for the rest of your life. And you do so.
Ironic story about that. I drove past a homeless man today, or somebody panhandling on the side of the road, which I don't care. You know, I mean, if you want to beg for money, that's up to you. That's your consequences, yada, yada, yada. Well, the guy was a younger guy. He was rather strapping. You know, I mean, I work in an industry that you kind of need a couple of muscles for. And I asked him, I said, well, let me ask you this. Do you want a job? He said, no, man, I work way too hard out here. I make way too much money out here. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, you know what? Good for you, dude. At least you were honest. You didn't try to take advantage of me. You were honest about your living situation, you know. And honestly, it made me have a little bit more respect for the man.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember up in the Appalachians, there were times where I'd go into town and of course, being living in the mountains, you don't really carry money. I didn't even have a fucking wallet. Okay. So walking around without any money, it led that opportunity to enhance my bartering skills. So I would oftentimes offer up little cleanup projects or something for a little local business or something, letting them know my situation. Hey, I'm just traveling through the mountains. I'm not even on the trail. And I'm just, you know, if I see a town and I want to go in and get a signal so I can do a little socializing on the network, I do that. I'd like to use your Wi-Fi. And in the meantime, I'd like to buy a sandwich and a drink or something. You got something I can do real quick?
Right.
And you'd be surprised at how many people understand that when you just tell them the fucking truth. You don't have to be a homeless bum. You just let them know your true journey. And it's called journaling.
Wizard, I actually grew up.
First Amendment auditors, they go about it all wrong, I think. I'm a journalist. No, you are journaling. Are you?
Correct. You are journaling. So yeah, you can say you're a journalist at that time, but it goes to the journey. And again, in this system, they're taking that story, that journal, and they're entering it in through a converted system that creates a ledger. It puts a value to it. It enumerates it. And that's the unnecessary adding unto or taking away from that the scripture speaks about. It's the creation of that legal name, the first and last name, from a given name plus a family name, which is then set into one name consisting of a first and last name called a legal name. And it's the total, it's the epitome of the error in the record, because it's that know thyself foundation. If you don't know thyself, you won't understand the difference between yourself and your persons, the people and their persons.
Trying to tamper with a witness to my private journal.
That's valid. That's straight valid.
And it's very simple language.
Yeah.
Learn it and stick to it.
You were a couple of days ago, you had said something about being up on the mountain and the Appalachian Trail and everything like that. I don't know if you know, but my parents have a house, or they had a house, they still do, I guess. But it's about 5 miles from that plane site.
Yes, journaling. Manna Boyle says journaling is an action versus a title. And that's why I said about the name earlier. I'm not the name. I'm not a who. I'm a what. I'm a verb. I'm a thing in action. I am not the title. Okay? Absolutely.
Or the plane, whatever crash bullshit that didn't really happen, that did happen, that didn't happen type deal. Which is, that's Appalachia if I've ever heard it. It's not deep Appalachia, but it's Appalachia nonetheless.
Yep. There's a lot of shit goes on in the mountains, you know, deep in the mountains. You get a lot of ginseng hunters and stuff. They get very prideful about their areas and the money they make off of that. And, again, that's a taxing burden on the earth. Those things aren't meant to be for sale. They're meant to be for physicians. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Medicine's
Absolutely.
not for soul, folks. And so even when we get to those Southern Appalachians that do that kind of stuff, I still have a hard time with it. Even the moonshiners, the moonshiners, they do it for sale. I've never done it for sale. I'll moonshine as much as I motherfucking want to, and I'll give it all away. And you can call it moonshine, you can call it fuel, you can call it incense burner, you can call it whatever you want. It's yours. You get to name it. You know what I mean?
Turning rifles into doorknobs.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and thanks for reminding me. I wanted to mention that in the details section, what we're talking about, folks, and when I come back after we're done here with the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, is, like I said, bringing that immunity on both sides of the table. And that's turning those guns into doorknobs. You don't have to walk with weapons. You can have that sword, but you don't have to use it as a weapon. So when you come to the table with guns, make sure they're in the right form. Peaceful words.
And that's what we were talking about earlier with the swords, selling your cloak and buying up a sword to stand in defense of the truth or in honor of the truth. Die by the sword stuff,
Defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence. So if there's any...
So if you can find a solution to resolve the issues without fighting, then everybody comes out better for it. They don't go through the detriment of the losses.
Any kind of controversy, bring the peace to the table and make sure it's the right piece. Doesn't have to be.
I carry a daily basis that they always ask me about, and I always let them know those are tools for my trade. Would you like to see them? I could show you what I do. You're muted.
I've got this video I'm wanting to pull up, but I've got over 721 videos now, so it's taking me a while to get that because it's one of the first videos I put up. It's from when I come back from the mountains and first started really doing a lot of videos. I'm going to turn the volume off because it's awful windy. Actually, what I'll do is I'll turn it down.
Oh, that looks like home. Oh, yeah, that looks like home. Wizard, you're going to end up making me have a fit of travelage, not illness, just travelage. Oh God.
Gotta fold around.
Where is that?
This is out in the White Mountains in what was it, New Hampshire, I think. I was in Maine for a while in New Hampshire.
That's fucking gorgeous, man.
Yeah.
I went to
Absolutely.
I went to Michigan a while back, and we went up through the U.P. and I was up in that same kind of environment, obviously very far from, but where you have drop-offs and everything like that. My dad was with me, and it was just like being back in Pennsylvania because my dad was with me. It was the whole 9 yards. It was great.
Yeah. And I urge people, as part of this societal problem, I'm a barefoot guy. I love drowning and all that. I'm Tom Sawyer. I love mud squishing between my toes. I love being outdoors. Do a lot of fishing and whatnot. I'd really like I've said several times, I'd really like to get into doing some survival videos. Speak off this bloodshed. So one of these days that's going to come. But until then, this is what I'm going to do. But I urge everybody to get back to your natural sources. That's where you can find your grounding and your spirituality. Once you stay in these societies and annual strictness and guidelines and licensing and registrations and rules and sanctions and ordinances, you're going to forget about the original sanctification and ordinance of the word that was written on your heart before anybody else even knew you. Know thyself. That thyself is that word. Get back to it. Quit listening to everybody else and their bullshit. I mean, hear it and do your research on it, but don't just listen to it and then believe it. You have to quit believing it. Do your research so you can take out of context that which you need to get the reality of what's being said. And with that, I think we're going to close out. Nubs, anything else?
Nope, not really. I have nothing to offer. I'm offerless. I'm a zero, wizard. I'm a
You're
zero.
a zero. Huh? Awesome. Well, we appreciate everything you put out tonight, brother. We've certainly taken some good vibes.
And with that, let's see here. Hold on, get me switched over. And we are on the way out the door, folks. Are you with us yet, Rocky?
Yeah.
What do you got to say, brother? We're going to shut her down. We've been on 5.5 hours, and I got to take a break and take care of the dog for a bit.
Okay, we'll see you around. Thanks for having
Well,
me.
hey, thanks for, you bet. Well, thanks for stopping up. Feel free to come join us anytime, brother. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Hold up, grab my soda, cause I told you I'm colder than hell. I ain't buying what you sell, it don't ring my bell. Unless it's got the smell, you know, like grape paint. We ain't talking vapes or the color of drape. Or a gorilla in a cape and bed. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie, obliteration of the carnation with gross castration, skewed citations by your intimation. Get real, young man, there's only one stand. You can't stand a suntan. How you gonna live on the land? Obliteration of the carnation with gross castration in skewed citations by your intimations. I'm the truth in rotation. You're a cheap imitation. Dog said hums, 808s make the ground shake. Cold as the grave, every word's a land quake. You're a flicker in the cipher, I'm the flame that won't fade. Step into the night where the shadows are made. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie. I'm gonna click another hit of this good shit, and I'm already it, so take over this bit non-bit.
Thank you for joining us at Personality Inventory Mockumentary Productions. Man up, slaves, and hit those buttons, or I'll send ice.